Hello, 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 and oh god, I did a Marzi voice accidentally. Hello.
Marzi
There we go.
possessed you to do the intro.
there went the smooth intro.
They possessed you.
That
They said
lasted.
that they're
Yep.
going to do the intro, and by God, do they mean it?
Wow, I can't believe a ghost got possessed. Anyways, hi, I am one of your. Welcome to that. Yep, this is yeah. Hi, I'm one of your hosts for today. Lost it already. Spec or Spectral Haunts. And I am joined today, as I lower my volume slightly on my recording because I realized that I was super loud. And we don't need to do that again. I'm joined today by the lovely, the wonderful, the beloved, one of my favorite people in the world who's enabled me so much, and I've been bothering for like a while over this FPS, who brings me all the joy, who is very good at art, has saved me by doing this title card, is very fun, has some of the best ideas. In fact, half of this was the ideas that they do. Really, I'm going to be honest, like a lot of this lore is thanks to them, because you see, they're a brilliant person, they're really sweet, they're really funny, they constantly make me laugh.
Spec, please!
Wonderful, wonderful co-host.
Hello. I'm Fletch, and the person who introduced me is one,
Oh, look at that!
a
My headphones are falling
fucker
out.
and a bastard, and two, a very lovely friend who I love very much, and I'm going to keep this short because they're threatening to take out their headphones, but they are a wonderful person. And also very talented, and also very good. Actually, if they take out their headphones, then they can't stop me. So.
Hey, okay, I didn't take them out because I would have felt bad. Okay, stop. You know that I'm a coward.
You are a very loved coward.
Summary of Tome. 2 minutes in, and it's just us bullying each other. Plot twist. That's the FPS. It's just loving hours. The
Absolutely.
FPS. Well, I mean, in a way, technically, actually. Which, yeah. Speaking of the FPS,
we should probably introduce what characters are playing.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing private investigator Grim Tome. See, I wanted to say detective, and he grabbed me by the throat and went, "No." You would think that you would think that he would at this point learn to. I would stop saying detective. He's never once been called a detective in game, and yet here I sit like a fool. Yeah, a private investigator, Grim Tome, who's yeah, he's doing. What about you, Fletch?
Yeah, I hold up a bastard child detective, who has been described as a detective in game before. Camille, who is a little bastard, and is actually legally obligated to introduce himself as Camille Christie Detective, because, he is half-toon, and he does not escape that.
We love it, though. We love it. Well, in that case, would you like me to set the scene, perhaps?
Sure.
Because, don't think too highly of this, by the way. This is when I said I had something planned, it meant I was not entering this blind for once. Do not. I hope I do not disappoint.
You never disappoint, beloved.
Guess that's the difference between me and my characters.
Yeah, Tome has disappointed me many times, but I love him anyways.
I'm constantly disappointing people. He totally doesn't have problems emotions about that. Anyways, Tome has I'm trying to debate if I'm gonna do this like professionally or I'm gonna just we're gonna try and sound like I know what I'm doing. The camera pans in I cannot take myself seriously, man. The camera comes to focus on one private investigator Tome, as he, before I forget, of course, with these two content warning murder, as he stands at the remains of a crime scene in Toontown. We agreed this was Toontown, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very prepared, as you can see. As he looks upon the crime scene, a bit half-mindedly, he glances over it and decides to inspect any leftover clues that which may remain. The murder itself has already been solved. For the experience was, I'm looking away from the gallery. This is why I have to pre-write out scenes if I want to sound professional. Motions to flashback FPS. As he looks over the crime scene and what remains of it, his gaze lands on a singular small wooden box, a puzzle box of some sorts. It is just far enough away from the crime scene that he's not quite sure if it belongs to it. Even if so, it's quite aware that nobody plans on picking this up, and it will be left out in just the elements if no one touches it. So he crouches down to look at it because he's a detective. Of course he's gonna look at a puzzle box. What do you, a private eye? Sorry, Tome. What do you expect? However, as he picks up to inspect this puzzle box, which has a large amount of almost moon symbolism, he looks at it and he stares at the silvery white disc which sits on the top, and in it he sees his reflection, which then for a second flashes to the face of a very familiar little detective. And this is where I make a con save. Oh yeah, Fletch, I did not tell you all the secrets I had pulled up. Yeah, that makes sense. That's an 8.
Oh.
There is a moment before Tone stumbles back, and then there's just darkness. And with an 8, when Tone passes out, the sun is setting, but it is not quite dark. He wakes up to a sky full of stars, back on the ground, rubbing his head. And as he looks around, he can't find the box anywhere. There's a pause as he frowns in confusion before he reaches into his hammer space to try and find. What would you pull out for this? I just realized it's night. He probably, I know what, he reaches in to try and grab his pritch pin because he had taken off for the murder. It was pretty not nice. However, something strange happens when he reaches into his hammer space. Hey Fletch, what did he just pull out?
Let's see. He pulls out a skateboard.
The gallery realizes my crime.
Yeah. It's very obviously a child's skateboard. You might have actually seen it before.
I'm gonna roll. What would you say that is?
History?
Alright. That's 11.
It's a familiar
They've only met
child-sized skateboard, but it's
child-sized, but I do point out the like 3 times he's met Camille, the skateboard has never been out. I'll give him insight. We'll give him a chance at this. Okay.
Okay, nat 20.
despite all his himness, does sometimes connect dots. And as he looks at this child-sized skateboard and then remembers the flash of a face which he had seen, it dawns on him whose skateboard this might be. So he shoves it back into the hammer space. And with that, Fletch, what's Camille up to?
Let's see. Didn't I say Camille would also have passed the fuck out?
He would have just wherever he was. If you want, you can flavor that he even was near a reflective surface and saw Tome for a second. I wanted to keep that a surprise. I wanted to partially also because I came up with this like a minute, like midway through my speech.
Valid. Yeah, he probably was making his way somewhere. He probably also just finished up a murder because God, this is Camille. He runs into murders on a near daily basis. And was probably just making his way back. I think this is pre-reveal still. So if I'm remembering my timelines right,
I will leave that up to you.
I sit here, I forget if I said anything. It's fine. So regardless, he was probably making his way to wherever he was going. And let's see.
Okay, Fletch, I don't know if you heard me, but I did walk away for 3 seconds. What I
No,
missed.
you're good. I just said he was, regardless of where it takes place on the timeline, he was probably walking back to wherever he needs to go, wherever he was going to before he got interrupted by a murder, and probably was passing by the reflective shop window, and for just a moment, the reflection flickered, and in place was a much taller Toon. But that was just for a moment before I guess I also make a con save, which is to say that's a 4.
Rip. He is passed out longer than Tome is even. But he does eventually wake up, and how does he handle?
Yeah, and he wakes up, sees the fact that it is oh so much later, and let's see. He's probably first going to check his watch, and then he's going to try and go for his plot device, but
That's gonna be I'm gonna need you to roll a d49, beloved. Tome.
him and his big ass fumble shirt. That's a 9.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's a 9. That's a 9. Let me check and see what that is. Doot. Oh gosh, my thing broke. No.
No.
Okay, we got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right, let me send the screenshot. And then I will describe it for our audience. Right? Over here. Frozen. He pulls out a very damaged and worn down recording tape with this. It's the name has been smudged and the tape is obviously seen better days. You don't recognize it at all, in fact.
Yeah, I don't think he would have the opportunity to recognize it. So he is squinting at that and uh kind of oh,
I'm gonna DM you something really quick to see if you want this.
but for now he's kind of turning it around in his hands with a squint. Uh
I'm leaving that one up to you.
yeah, I think for now he probably doesn't notice it just to because I know if he connects if you give him too many hints, he will connect things way too fast. Uh, and we do
I point
still
out one of the things in the hammer space. Anyways.
true. Also, no, gallery, those are blood marks. Those are not blood marks on the recorder. That's dirt, I believe.
That's dirt. That is dirt.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a very, and he squints at that because he does not remember picking this up, and puts it back in his pocket, and I think he's going to try and pull something out again. So that's another D.
Right. That's
49.
another. Mm-hmm.
That's a 26.
Alright. That's another thing. Okay. Actually, he might recognize this one. I think this one's been. I can't remember if it's been pulled out around him, but I'm pretty sure this one's been pulled out before. I got a spoil for Scopo. He pulls out a photograph of two unfamiliar girls. One is a shorter redhead with big round glasses, not too different from his, and a t-shirt with multiple watches. The other is a taller Toon with a pencil stuck in her head, staring at the camera with a grin as she holds a book of some sort. You can roll history because I think this one might have actually been pulled out around him.
Alright, let's roll history to see. I think he.
Like in all seriousness.
Yeah.
I remember this one being pulled out before.
Alright. That's a 19.
Yeah, I'd say you recognize it.
Yeah. So he recognizes this fumble and he blinks before he's just like, oh, Moon. And he is going to. He pivots on his heel and immediately starts making his way over to probably he was probably in Vealstown before, so probably to the closest teleport circle to try and get to Toontown because oh boy, this is sure a situation.
I simply hand tap. So, for dramatic reasons, even if they arrive, even if Camille is able to make it to Toontown when it's daytime, how long will the teleportation circle take him? Like to get there and then get to Toontown?
Considering he has to walk a while.
Okay, so it's probably next day. Wait, he needs to sleep. Does he sleep? Fudge, are we gonna have to give our characters a point of exhaustion?
Okay, you see the thing is, I don't know where he would sleep. So maybe he just gets there like middle of the night instead of next day or something.
It's already, but if you got a 4 and for Tome it was the middle of the night, that means it's probably early morning for Camille. Wait, hold up, they both passed out. What am I saying? They're both conked out. They got at least a short rest for that. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Um,
Also, because I don't think he can get home right now because he had his money and his keys and everything were in his hamper space.
oh my gosh, Tone can't get home either. They're both idiots, Your Honor. You see, it's not either their faults, but we're gonna call them idiots. Anyways,
Yeah, you see, this is very inconvenient. This is like realizing that you left your backpack with everything in it on the bus, and now you have to go get it back.
and you accidentally grab somebody else's backpack instead.
Yeah, because it was like the same exact backpack or something. But yeah.
We're having a blast here already.
Yeah, so for the sake of his connections, he probably does manage to like root around in his pockets for enough spare change to like phone them up and go like, "Hey, plot happened again. I'll be back later." And
Okay, and
then
that covers whether or not even if it is post reveal, because I will leave that up to you.
mhm. He is at the very least telling Zumi because the last time he disappeared for a length of time without telling Izumi, things sure happened. So,
Things
just
sure did happen.
just a little heads up that no, not kidnapped this time. Just plot things. He'll be back. Please, if you have plot device, tell some of the others. Don't worry about me. It's fine. And
Tone
then
doesn't have anybody to tell, so it's fine.
yeah, it's
Because
all good.
the only person he would ever bother telling, he can't reach anymore because his pin's missing.
Yeah, it's fine. But
It's
regardless,
fine.
with that detour, he does show up probably early next morning, in Toontown. And
For the
what
sake
was,
of the title card, we're gonna say it's raining and it's stormy.
yeah. So what's Tome up to?
Well, Tone, very much upon realizing what happened, went straight home to try and gather himself. He got to his door and then realized his problem. Tone doesn't have a curse word for today. If you get my drift.
He already used it up, I see.
Actually, would he use it up? I kind of think it'd be because I like using it during conversation though. That nope, he did not. He almost did. He very much called out the Pritch's name, in a great amount of anger, but and annoyance. But it's fine. So Tome is probably heading towards the nearest teleportation circle himself because, okay, I didn't want to have to do this now, but all right. I haven't seen the kid around Toontown anymore since the library, so that means he's probably back in Villagetown. So I gotta head there. Would I say we both roll survival? Because I want to see who would spot the. I know normally you would do perception for this, but I want to see how lost they each are.
Oh, you are so fucking lucky. Uh, it's a 13 on the die, which, for reference, with physical die, is right next to 1.
Oh, oh, oh,
He was this close to another murder.
oh.
Alright, his survival is +4. Yep.
Okay, so Camille can write. Can not write. Can roll a perception then.
Alright. He's a little frazzled.
Oh no. Beloved, that's the wrong. That's...
What?
You put that in the gallery, beloved.
Damn. It's fine. Don't worry about
It's fine.
it. It happens.
It's so. I look at your dirty modifier. It's still fine. So it takes you a second, but you see moving quickly through the crowd of Toons in Toontown, because even though it's rainy and stormy, above most of the umbrellas you see a familiar pinkish yellow Toon holding his hat down on its head as he walks forward with a significant amount of determination in his eyes.
Yep.
And he does not see you.
Which is fine by Camille. He is going to do his best to get as close as possible to Tome, without Tome noticing, because,
Looks at last time.
yeah. So I guess that's probably a stealth.
That is a stealth.
And for once he actually does good on that.
The dice know what we must do.
I did it in the wrong thing.
Both of us started typing. Okay, should I be mean or roll a perception?
Roll
Yes,
perception.
I will actually. Because he'd have to get a 19 or 20 to beat that. Yeah,
Nope.
no, Tome does not. Tome does not. It is raining. You probably hidden beneath the umbrellas. To be honest, he's just seen a sea of umbrellas. And plus he's trying his best not to get too wet. He didn't even. He doesn't have an umbrella on him. So, and poor Tome is unlike you, who can like kind of stay under the sea of umbrellas, because you know those scene in movies where like it's just a sea of umbrellas. Poor Camille can probably stay under those. Tome is notably taller than the average Toon or real kind, so he's sadly dependent upon his hat.
Yeah. Yeah, Camille manages to probably get it right up next to Tome. And he just handed me a very bad idea.
Please do it.
Cause in the last time he was in detective mode trying to talk to someone he very much did not want to talk to. It was Izumi, and that's where he grabbed Izumi's hand and called him Big Bro. So I guess that would be sleight of hand. If one of Tom's hands is in grabbing range.
What one of his? I'm kind of imagining him holding his thing down.
Yeah.
You know what? For the sake of it, because I think this is absolutely hilarious, he he drops one hand because he realizes that he's starting to get lost, and so he throws a hand up in exasperation and then drops it to his side as he kind of looks around.
All right. I guess it makes sense that this isn't too good, seeing as it is Tom's hand that he is grabbing, but
Man, that's almost that point. So how do you want to flavor this?
either Tom moves his hand out of the way, or Camille grabs him and Tom immediately notices because that is his hand.
Is okay. So Camille doesn't say anything. Okay. I'm gonna make a wish save because I really am mean to my boy some days. If I can type. Yeah. A Tone jumps mildly. Not too much, but it's more of a very obvious startle as he pulls. Gallery, don't do that to me. I wish I could say. Okay, Tome is going to try and pull his hand away.
Alright, so what would we contest for that?
I'm sorry, I think that's athletics, beloved.
Okay.
I am so sorry.
Okay.
I could do Tome's sleight of hand, which is it's only one. It's his athletics is slightly worse, but I guess his. Okay, now I have to do sleight of hand because I think it'd be really funny when you see the modifiers. No, 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 no. I look away from my own roll. All right, dice, I get it.
Unfortunately, your boy does have a -3 to athletics.
You know what? Roll sleight of hand. Roll sleight of hand to see if you can grab it again before he can get his hand away.
Alright.
Because I need this. I need this emotionally. This is going to be a really oof FPS. Okay, that works. We can work with that. So Tome manages to yank his hand away, but the second time you grab it, you manage to once again grab it, and he can't slip away the second time. And he just looks down to see what is grabbing him. And you are met with two very big and surprised turquoise eyes.
And there's a pair of very let's say irate seafoam green eyes staring back up at you.
Uh, Camille, I found you. You're here.
He nods, like, and we're in a crowd, so if you let go and start running and making a scene, it'll look like you abandoned a child.
Oh, that's some very specific wording. Oh, I look at the recent FPS. Tome notably flinches at that.
You're trapped by societal convention.
Perry the platypus, you. I'm sorry, that scene lives rent free in my brain. Tome sighs. I wasn't planning on running.
Camille's squinting at him.
You can insight that? Not from you. And he does look away.
So that's 21.
Tome's not lying. Tome's not lying. You can tell he's not only telling the truth, but there is a significant amount of guilt in his eyes. I will also say with that 21, you notice Tome looks a lot different than you ever seen him. It's not necessarily a design change as much as when you saw him running out that building, there was bags under his eyes and he looked desaturated and pale and just a lot less him. He wasn't the bright, cheerful Toon who would bounce around on his heels or would tap. He looked very exhausted. The Tome before you doesn't have those bags of ice. He has his color again. And his line art almost seems. It's a bit wobbly now that he's talking to you, but overall, he seems more put together. However, that does not change the fact that he looks extremely guilty as he doesn't even look you in the eye.
Yeah, Camille is still uh squinting a bit
Fair
as
enough.
he's just there are two different things he can say right now. Let's see. Okay, it chose the less violent option.
Aww.
and he's just
Now I'm nosy.
uh is he's just so what changed?
I am kind of nosy. What was the more violent option? I'm not going to respond to that, but I am curious now.
The more violent one was going to just be stating that okay, Tome wants to fix this too.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that would. Whew. Tome. Whew. Tome. I can feel the music in the back of my head sweating. Tome, from both what you did say and what you could have said. Tome is quiet as he rocks in his heels a bit. And I should note the music when you had last saw him, I had mentioned before, was the part of it that was distinctly tone was harder to hear. It was more the accompaniment that would come with him, especially that piano. The tone before you, it sounds like him again, with this energy to it that you haven't heard in a while. And he kind of rocks on his heels a bit. Somebody gave me a very, very thorough talking to. And knocked some sense into me again.
Yeah, Camille's.
Though perhaps we should not discuss this in the middle of a crowd in the rain.
Yeah, probably not.
He kind of glances down at you holding his hand.
Camille's not. He does not trust Tome enough to let go right now. And in fact, he does give Tome another squint as if to say that.
There's a sigh. Okay, fair enough. As oh, Tome. Oh, there is a moment before Tome looks at him and then takes his hat and, in a very toonish motion, above all the umbrellas, I should say, so it doesn't hit a random passerby, whips it, just like whacks it in the air, and it dries out tunishly before he places it. Um, he holds it over Camille. I know you're already wearing a hat, but this might help a little bit. Come on, let's get you out of the rain before you get sick or something. And he starts guiding Camille. Where would they go?
uh, I do
I
not
did
know.
not think this far. Um,
Would it be like
I
some cafe
I have
somewhere
some
or
I have
oh?
somebody in the gallery very insistently saying a place. So
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
okay, they go to the last one in.
Uh,
I don't know how to describe that.
Camille takes one look at the name. Uh, yeah, why don't you go ahead and describe
Gallery,
it, beloved?
please,
Yes, go ahead and let
please,
me.
please, because words are hard for both of us right
Hi. Hi everybody, cameoing real quick. You have approached an out of the way in a not exactly back alley, but more quieter place of Toontown. Um, it is very small. Um, it's a very small inn, very narrow. Um, and inside you have a little waiting area. Um, kind of like a lobby of sorts. That has like the front desk, and there is a worn um a worn fox tune um who is manning the desk. and there's like, chairs and whatnot, and like a stand with newspapers and brochures and maps. Um, there's a staircase that leads upwards to where you assume is the are the rooms, and behind the lobby there is a little restaurant area where you could smell a lot of like really good food. Um it's again narrow. To the right you have booths. In the middle there's like a couple of tables that have like one or two seats at them, and to the left is a counter, and behind it you there is no like separate room for the kitchen. The kitchen appliances are just there, so you could essentially watch the chef cook while you wait. And currently behind that counter is a UPA in Toon, who looks like a devil, demon, something along those lines. But yeah,
Yeah, and
Thank you, beloved.
thank you for that.
I
Also,
do a bow and leave.
before you
Gently
go,
wants that against you.
Arata did mention this to Camille before, right?
I would say at this point, probably, yeah.
Yeah. So Camille is probably the one who recommended the place, though he did it with a very deep sigh and a small sense of dread. um, simply
Camille, please,
because
please,
of
I'm
the
gonna be here.
name.
Please, I'm gonna be here.
It's simply
Okay, I
because of the
like the
name.
name. I
Okay,
like the name.
the
So,
name is very good. It's a very good name. But do you really want to bring a murder magnet into a place called The Last One In?
two detectives. Um,
It's fine, he got
yeah,
his murder out today. Uh,
yeah, he
at
did.
least that's what he mutters under his breath as he goes inside.
Where are they gonna sit? Because this is gonna be an event.
Probably like one of the cozy little corner booths, maybe a
They
little
get like
left.
they get that one corner booth that like everyone knows you don't go unless you're gonna have plot happen to you.
May I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
Yes.
I will say, the last one in is very out of the way. You're pretty sure that there is nobody here, and you can tell by
Okay.
how distracted all the NPCs are.
Yeah,
Okay. So they're gonna take the corner booth, and then they're just gonna be happy that no one else is there because oh goodness, this is gonna be a conversation.
it sure is.
I will say, while they're outside, Tome does try to tug his hand away again.
Camille is not letting go until they sit down in the booth.
There's a long sigh. Because I will say he didn't necessarily look happy. You actually, I'll let you insight. I'll let you insight. We'll earn this.
Alright, I'll.
You can
Yeah, yeah, I'll earn it with my uh, disgusting
disgusting
little.
little. Listen. I knew you got this, but I had to technically do it. Yeah. I see. It could have been worse. It could have been like a 30 or something. Um, Tome, you can't quite read all the emotions going. Actually, let me do something. Let me make a little something. Let me make a little something. Let me just roll a little something. Okay, you can read them pretty well. Um, you
Yeah.
can't. You can read Tome relatively well. He doesn't necessarily want to pull his hand away, and that makes sense when he sighs and goes, "Camille, I need to wring my hat out, please. I am a tune, and otherwise it will be flopping against my face for the entire time we're eating.
And Camille does
Unless
quite.
you would like to, but I don't see how you can do it either when you are holding my hand.
If you try to run, I'm kicking a soccer ball at your face.
I know
And
you are.
he does let go.
Tome does as promised and just brings the hat out, and very comically, it's just a almost waterfall of water as he just sighs and then does like a little swing and places it back on his head, which somehow his hair has dried. Toon logic. All right. I'm gonna make a check on him really quick. There is a moment before he instinctively holds his hand back out for you to grab.
Oh, beloved.
The gallery has made it quite clear what they want out of it.
Alright. Kale blinks, but then he does, in fact, take the hand again.
Tom smiles before he opens the door and he kind of just ushers Camille inside. Come on, let's get a seat somewhere. And that's where they're going to take that seat in the booth. And they're probably sitting across from each other. The moment Camille lets him sit down and lets go of his hand, Tome has his head in his hands, rubbing his face tiredly.
And Camille does crawl into his seat, is looking quite comically small on his side of the booth.
I like to imagine he has to like tilt his head up for his mouth to be above it.
Yeah, like his chin is about at the level of the table.
And there's Tome who's like scrunched over slightly.
It's wonderful.
We love it. Tome doesn't even say anything. He just sighs and rubs his face tiredly.
And Camille crosses his arms. So,
let's address the problem that I feel both of us are here for. Well, let me just show you. What's a 2?
2 is a collection of article. I don't know how Lewis expects me to pronounce this.
I see this now. I see it now. I found the chart.
Yeah, you want to try pronouncing that?
No. Wait, give me a second.
I think
Akil artichoke?
No, it's French, so
I don't know.
it's maybe more
I don't
like
know then.
Aro. I don't know.
Aro? We don't know.
Okay,
None
yeah,
of us
this
know.
is the
Lewis, if you're listening
our
to this, we
local
are so
Frenchman
sorry.
decided this.
We are so sorry if you are listening to this for any reason.
I know it's a artichoke. Might be artichoke. It's
I can't pronounce words in English half the time, so
yeah. Regardless,
as evidenced by my intro.
You have pulled out an entire collection of those books.
He just places them down on the table. I'm guessing this is yours.
Yep, and he's gonna reach into his hammer space. Or I guess he's gonna reach into Tome's hammer space and pulls out
33. 1, 2, 3, 4. Me having to do math for this. Oh! Well, that's something to pull out.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. You're gonna see in a second, beloved. You're definitely gonna see. It's probably definitely not something he wanted you pulling out. Um, you pull out a file that's filled to the brim with notes and sticky notes and wire. In fact, it's not even a full file. It's like like a tall folder. Like it has 4 full-size pieces of paper spread out separately.
Oh, that's fun.
And you pull that, and Tome instantly starts to reach for it.
And Camille is just, I'm guessing this is yours?
Yes, and please hand that over. That you don't need to see that.
He does glance at it for a moment before he slides it over.
Please, that's it's important to my case. He simply closes it and he places it to the side. Well,
Camille just handed
that
me a
answers
very
me.
salty line.
Go.
He squints and is just the one you're going to run off and deal with alone.
There is a very notable wince to that one. Like the others, it had been kind of settled. Tome almost physically takes damage from that as he looks away. Okay, that. Camille, we both know it's a lot more complicated than that, okay?
And Camille crosses his arms.
Look, I acknowledge I can't. I acknowledge I can't. I acknowledge I can't do the case alone. Okay, Camille, is that what you wanted to hear?
And he pauses and nods. Like, it. I understand your reservations about me, considering, but you, as long as you're working with someone, then that's fine.
I know. During that conversation, it was made very clear to me that I cannot face all my problems alone.
Well, considering that is what the sentiment that led to me getting kidnapped, probably for the best that you don't emulate that example.
We both know that was a different case, but nonetheless, I see the point you're trying to make.
Running off into a case alone without telling anyone is not the best idea.
There are better answers. There are better solutions to it. Okay? I'm not happy about it, Camille. Alright? Don't. I'm sorry, okay? Is that. Yes. God, I'm bad at this. He sighs. Okay. Yes, that's the case. That's not the point of this conversation, though.
Well, we're obviously stuck with each other in more ways than one until this is resolved, so I figure we might as well not use that phrase, Camille. Let's not use that phrase around Tome.
Oh.
Who was gonna say 2 birds with 1 stone?
Come on, do it! Do it! Come on! Make me make that whiz check.
I guess he wouldn't know, would he?
Yeah, I think you said he started to pick up on it, but he hasn't quite keyed on it yet.
Well, he's picked up around some things, but I don't think he specifically picked up the bird thing. If
Yeah, he's definitely picked up the music, and he's picked up that Tome's tapping is a nervous thing, but
yeah, so I guess he's gonna say it, and he's just so he might as well take care of two birds with one stone and have multiple conversations.
okay. Um, Tome flinches slightly, and you can hear his foot tapping slightly. Okay, that's fair enough, I guess. There's a internal thing going through his head. You can try and insight it for the audience because you won't be able to know what he's thinking. But for the audience, Tome is currently trying to go through what he's read of that book he was recently given about and how it says communication is important. This is
Gosh,
not easy. He does not like this.
that is
Yeah,
weird.
you can tell Tome is very much thinking about something, and he is very much having reserves about this conversation, but there is a willingness to talk that you're not used to from him.
And he kind of just blinks as he mentally takes note of that. Like, oh, you really did get at talking to, huh?
You don't know the half of it. Is it that obvious?
Uh, well, to detective, yes.
There's a snort. Fair enough.
Well,
I guess you go.
if you're starting to try and turn things around, he levels a very hard stare at you. Did you talk to Glue and Moss?
I did actually. I I saw them not long after I got back, and I apologized. And I finally saw Moss again after a good while. We we had some. I gave her some cinema rolls, much to glue. There's a snort, much to Glue's annoyance. Um, and actually, speaking of Glue, and there's a very pointed look. I heard you took up their case.
Well, why wouldn't I?
Because I had it. Very well handled, actually.
Not according to Glue.
Mm. Another small wince. Okay.
Gosh,
Yeah,
this
okay.
child is dealing so much damage to Tome.
Tony's just take. I'm so glad I don't have to take psychic damage for this because Tone would not be surviving this talk. Okay. Nope. Nope. That's fair. It was obvious Glue thought that as well. I really messed things up. Okay. I
Besides,
have the case handled. All right, Camille.
I
I don't
don't
know what's
plan on dropping that case anytime soon.
Camille. It's I don't know what's going on with that case, but I know it's very much dangerous. You don't need involved in something like that.
Camille raises an eyebrow.
Tone crosses his arms.
Alright, how is it dangerous?
Well, first of all, those I don't know what's going on, but there's something involved with these runes. Got bloodied from them, and there's this
You got
voice, and
bloodied from them?
I. It's a long story,
Tome,
Camille.
that is there to prevent people from copying the runes down. Just how many times did you do it?
There's a sweat drop. Unimportant.
You. He is squinting at you. Like, you would have had to repeat that mistake. Even if it was the completed version, you have had to repeat that mistake numerous times to get your health down that low.
It. I have the notes. That's what's important. The
Camille
point
is
is,
currently he he's doing the little prayer hands gesture as he's just Tom, that's not dangerous. That is you continuing to do something that harms you, and in fact only gives me more reason to work on the case with you.
no, I have it. This is taken care of.
You
I was perfect.
you
I know
have
what I'm
killed
capable of.
yourself trying
No,
to
I
copy.
wasn't. I could have copied at least a page worth of runes before I died. Glue just
You
stepped in.
you have killed yourself trying to copy down runes that were not made to be copied when you could just, you know, write down the shapes it's made out of, what it
Yes,
looks
but do you
like.
know how complicated? Do you know how complicated runes can get? And there is actually a bit of experience behind this. I look at the stupid, annoying things from the game. I
And
know I needed the exact version of those, or else I would have possibly found a different rune. And if I start mixing up runes, the whole case is in the wind.
Camille is just taking a deep breath and is like, okay. I understand that runes are complicated and it's important to know what they look like exactly, but if there is specifically a spell to keep the rune from being copied, you do not repeat the mistake to the point of getting bloodied.
It worked. I don't see the problem with this. And he has his hands up in the air.
You can just. You know what? You know what? I can help with this actually. I. AK Fletch just remembers that I need to ask Arthur about something because Camille has a funny little camera. uh, so remind me to do that later.
Authors online if you want to quickly DM.
Yeah, it's just like actually I have an idea for something that might work. But regardless, that is not something that you can do without me. So
Well, it does. I don't need what you can do because my plan was working. I simply just need to rest for a bit, and then I could copy more down. Glue is just not letting me for
okay,
some reason.
because Glue cares about you and doesn't want to see you hurt.
You want an insight?
Sure. That's what I fucking thought you'd say, you garbage detective.
This little modifier. Tome's face instantly steels when you say that. It's instinct for him. But you can tell because you know Tome, and although it's not fun to say, this cold, steeled self is a bit more familiar, especially considering your past couple interactions. Tome doesn't like the fact that you pointed out that Glue cares about him. And it was almost instinct for him to put up this shield of not reacting or caring whenever he heard that.
Yep. And Camille is just. He's not quite glaring, but the look that he's giving Tome is not a soft one.
There's a sigh as He relaxes some. I am aware that Glue cares about me. He seems to be struggling to say that. But the point still is, I am trying to help them, and they aren't letting me.
Well,
And I don't want you. I don't want you to get involved with this case.
well,
You're only 6, Camille. Okay, you don't need to be getting involved with stuff like this.
Okay, let's see.
Yes, I'm a mean little person. I'm quite aware.
Well, he's fine, actually. That's a nat 20 on his save.
Nice.
Yeah, so recent events have left him able to easier brush that off. And so he's just, I know that I'm 6, but Clue agreed to let me help. And if they're not letting you help alone, maybe having someone to keep your uh, less. Someone to keep your destructive impulses in check might be. Uh, you good?
That I have mentioned before, there's a key I have which I fidget with. It just fell. It's fine. I'm so sorry. We're putting the fidget away before I do that again.
I hold you so gentle. It did sound like Tome's reaction. I thought that I accidentally hit a certain nerve.
You know what? Wait, what were you saying? We can flavor it.
He said maybe having someone who can help keep your destructive impulses in
Destructive
check.
impulses. That's where it hits. Tome, who was, what was he be fidgeting with?
They could have been brought over a warm drink or something at some point.
Yeah, at some point, Tome drinks coffee, which doesn't. At some point, they had.
I mean, coffee
He
can
drinks.
have a spoon.
Yes, but I have stated before, Tome drinks straight black coffee.
Well, they could have
Like,
brought over the stuff to do it,
yeah,
and he's
okay,
just messing with the spoon
that
for
makes
it.
sense. That makes sense. Tome, they at some point brought over a drink because they figured they could pay. Once they get the hammer space things switched out. So there's a coffee because let's be honest, they both needed drinks. And Tome was fiddling with a spoon, but whenever I love how we're flavoring this. Whenever you call him out on the destructive impulses, the spoon clatters out of his hand. I don't have those.
You bloodied yourself trying to copy a rune.
It worked.
That is not. Your health is not something that should be gambled with, Tome.
Do you want to insight that again?
Oh, you
Listen,
just woke up
Gallery.
deciding to be disgusting, huh?
Gallery. He is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can instantly tell Tome does not agree with that last statement. And he knows that you won't like that because he purposely looks away.
Tome.
His foot's tapping more.
I.
Silence.
When you gamble your own health, your own life, it's not just you on the line. It is everyone who's connected to you. And I know you don't like the fact that people are connected to you, but that's not something that you can avoid.
Oh, bullshit. bullshit. I'm
Were the
sorry. I
Was that
don't.
a whiz save at disadvantage?
That was a whiz save at disadvantage. A 17. Bullshit. I'm ignoring both of those. Because no, you just no, 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 no. Um, Tome, no, bullshit. I'm overriding that. I'm sorry. If you don't mind, I'm completely overriding my own whiz save because bullshit on that. I know how the muse reacted. No, I am in control here. Tome, when you say that, nah, I can play this. Tome visibly flinches and his hands curl in on themselves as he slinks away a bit. And what? And you can. I'm not. I'm gonna carry that 29. What you just said was very familiar to him, and you hit a nerve right on it.
He knows because he used to have that.
Mm-hmm. He does, however, sigh. I am well aware that my death would have an effect on others. That has, like I said, been brought up to me. However, I know the odds, and I will only gamble with what I know I can win. There's a cough normally.
You know I can hear that, right?
I really do not miss your disgusting perception of the world around you. And although it's grumbled, there is an affectionate tone to his voice.
Camille kind of just gives Tome such a bright smile as he's like, adults say a lot of funny things when they don't think kids are listening.
Pecker. Uh, I don't know which muse that was, but that was like an instinctive response to that. Now, Tome and I both, you pecker.
Was that his curse word of the day?
No, he doesn't say that out loud
Mhm.
because Tome doesn't know, but I know things, and the Tome in the back of my head knows things, but no, this Tome right here does not know things. A very annoyed sigh. Um, yes, I am very aware. Kids do listen to a lot of things people say, and they pick up on a lot of stuff. However, we both know you do pay attention more than other kids your age. You would
Camille,
not be a detective if you didn't.
Camille shrugs. Like, well, that is fair. I know a thing or two about gambling with your own health, your own life, and it seems like such a simple transaction at first. It's just you. Even if things go south, no one else is going to get hurt. But that's not the truth. That's only one face to it. If I had told people about things beforehand, if I had tried to plan things out with them beforehand, I would not have ended up in the hospital. Sammy wouldn't have ended up in the hospital. People that I know and people that I cared about got hurt because I took a gamble that I thought I had a good chance of winning.
Tome just handed me a line, and I understand his healing arc just started, but beloved, are you sure you want to say this? With that whiz check, I can have him not say it. How much pain do you want?
There is a chance if it is, depending on what it is, Camille might just get pissed.
Tome you just handed me. Well, the difference is I wouldn't have called for backup.
Go ahead and say it, I dare you.
I can tell the dice are trying to stop me. Dice. The dice are really trying to stop me. There's a little violent part of me. There's a very quiet, violent part of me. You know what? We can flavor this. Tone bites his cheek. And there's very obviously a response he wanted to say to that. But he doesn't say it yet.
And Camille just squints. Like, do you have something to say?
Bites his cheek harder. He's very stiff. I'm not gonna make you roll insight. He very obviously does, but he seems to be smart enough to not say it. Not stopping him from thinking it, but at least he's smart enough to not say it.
I can't prove you wrong if you don't say anything, Tome.
Well, perhaps I don't need you to prove me wrong.
Or perhaps you want to just sit there continuing to think that you're right when you're not.
Isn't that what you're doing right now? Tome, you cannot be this mean to a kid. Tome, calm down. I know you're defensive.
And Camille raises an eyebrow.
Tome just kind of glares as he looks away because I will take a 15. The difference is I would not have called back.
And Camille just snorts at that. Like, you think that me not calling for backup would have stopped them? They were already on their way when they got that text. They were already worried. And if I didn't, I recognize that what I did was pretty much the bare minimum, but if I didn't do that, they would have gone after me anyways, and things would have ended so much worse than how they did.
Oh, Tone. He's giving me sad emotions. I'm gonna roll a deception. You can roll an insight.
Alright.
Oh.
You did not have to be as disgusting as you. 12 versus
Yep,
29.
Yeah. I'm so sorry to those who came here expecting high fluff. It was intended, but it turns out we're just getting hurt comfort at this point. Tome, very notably, does not agree. Well, it's not that he disagrees. Tome does not see himself being in the same situation as you were. As in, you can tell by the way Tome looks away and fiddles with his sleeves. He does not think that there would have been people coming either way.
Mm.
He's working on it, beloveds. He's working on it. But there is a good amount of years he's having to relearn.
And Camille just sighs and he sits back like, if you go running off somewhere one day, believe me, I am going to chase after you, and I'm not going to rest until I find you and I kick a soccer ball directly into where it hurts.
I'm sorry, I gotta make a whiz check. There's a medium wins. Okay. But there's also as soft as it smiles. I don't like it, but thanks, kid.
And Camille gives Tome a little grin in response. Like, well, you're not supposed to.
I gotta wonder, do you know how to talk like this? Because we all know that you were just as stupid. So are you just quoting what was said to you, or is this all just coming from you?
Oh, believe me, I have had my fair share of talking tos after that incident, so
Right, good. I tried to do one to you, but you kind of twisted it on me. There is a notable bitterness in his tone.
can't exactly give a talk when you yourself are being a hypocrite.
Oh, coming from the hypocrite.
I'm not a hypocrite. I learned.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, Tome just handed me the pettiest line he could. Yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. Does not say it. I will tell you though, Fletch, for your amusement, the line Tome handed me was, "Okay, do you have trauma from that incident?"
God.
But we will wait to bring that knife up until later. Tome just shoots him a small little glare before he sighs. Fine, 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 fine. Listen, I'm not saying that you're wrong in that I need to have somebody else on a case. It's a lot more complicated than that, Camille, in every way in all the cases.
And he crosses his arms like, well, we have time, or I can start going through your hammer space.
Okay,
And
okay, stop. There is a honest amount of fear in his eyes at that idea.
yeah,
You
Camille
can tell
had
he
his
does not
hand
want you.
poised over his pocket.
You can tell that Tone desperately does not want you to reach into his hammer space right now. There's a sigh. So what did he say? Or reach? I'm sorry. I heard that reach into the hammer space, and both Tome and I both panicked.
uh, it was uh basically asking Tome to explain things, or he's going to start digging through Tome's hammer space for his own explanation.
Okay. Tome sighs. My cases, especially my personal one, I can't just let people get involved, Camille, okay? Especially people like you. And I know you mean well, but I don't appreciate you bringing others into my case as well.
And he glances away, like, I'm sorry that I broke your trust like that. Just considering what I had dealt with recently and the thought of you running off and pulling the same thing, just because I'm... And he gestures down at himself. Not that old or strong yet. Well, it seems like the smart thing to do to get someone who can protect themselves involved.
Someone who I don't think quite likes me.
The line Camille just handed me was, "Oh, Shira's just like that."
I can't wait for Avi to listen to this later and find out we bullied.
Honestly, I think he might just say that. Camille kind of just blinks like, "Oh, Shira's just like that."
There is a grimace from Tone. Well, it's not quite as enjoyable to be around.
Well, it's better than his polite boy act.
Question, wait, wasn't he using a polite boy act on Tome?
Was he?
I remember they were both very passive aggressive. But that is also just normal Zumi as well.
Yeah. I forget. So let's scratch that from the record. And Camille just shrugs, like, well, he still seemed pretty willing to, you know.
Do you want me to do psychic damage to Camille right now?
Sure.
Tone sighs, well, of course he would be if his little brother asked him to get involved. One second. I'm DMing Avi!
God. There is a split second where it looks like Camille probably didn't get coffee. He probably ended up with like hot chocolate or something. And there's a moment where it seems almost like he sputtered and choked on his hot chocolate, but then he's setting it down just fine, and he's just like, "Oh, no, it's really not like that."
Tone blinks in genuine surprise. Wait, really?
Yeah, he, or... He pauses. Kind of like coworkers.
Now it's Tone's turn to do a small little prayer hands. Ah. Okay. Understood, Camille. Understood.
You can roll an insight against his D-Sup if you want.
Oh, I'm so rolling insight right now. What is his insight? Okay, he could beat that. He could beat that. He could beat that. Disgusting little. You know, if I had that row level, he would have expertise and insight, and he could have beat that. But
After this, it's fine.
After this,
Camille, he... Yeah, no, sorry, you don't see through that. It's... He's being very genuine when he says it's not like that.
Tome sighs, and there's a pause of thought. Wait, hold up. If he's not your brother, then who's your guardians?
Oh, well, Uh, things being the way they are, they're usually off screen.
Tom could believe it.
Yeah, let me roll again. Oh! Okay, that's interesting.
Oh. Oh. I'm rolling insight. I'm rolling insight.
Well,
Beats it.
yeah, he says it just fine, but there's a little bit too much of a pause before he says that they're mostly off screen.
Tome frowns, and there's genuine worry in his eyes. Camille, there's I don't mean to ask too much, but please do not lie about such things.
Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say, you horrible little man. Now it's Camille's turn to flinch.
Tome frowns. There's an internal debate before his eyes. I won't make you tell me details. I just want to know that you are safe and cared for. And he looks at you, and I won't even make you inside this. You can tell he genuinely means that.
And Camille blinks and is just like, I am safe and cared for. I'm fine, really.
Is he lying in any way about that? Do I need to insight that?
Hmm.
I'm gonna insight that. I'm gonna insight that. I'm gonna insight that. Also, I do point that the gallery very much was a joke. Nope. Okay, he's probably not gonna.
Yeah, no, he does genuinely believe what he is saying.
Tone sighs, and he lowers his head as he rubs the bridge of his nose. As long as you have someone taking care of you.
Camille nods. Or he's just, well, that's not what we're here for anyways.
Yes, yes, of course. Sorry. He looks away and tugs at his sleeve. We probably should actually focus on why we're here, or shouldn't we? I don't know where the puzzle box is. Yes, this is because of puzzle box. I think. I don't know. I'm very certain it's because of this puzzle box I found.
Alright, well, then just walk me through the events.
I had just recently solved a murder here in Toontown. You know my job. When I noticed a bit from the crime scene, there was this strange puzzle box. It, it was obviously abandoned, and it seemed nobody was planning on doing anything with it. I couldn't even tell for sure if it was part of the crime scene, so I went to pick it up. I saw a pause. I saw you and the reflection on top of it, and then I blacked out. I woke up with your hammer space.
Camille nods as he's just like, well, I also finished helping uh with some people with solving a murder. Um, and I was making my way back and it I didn't pick up any sort of puzzle box or anything really. I for a moment thought I saw your reflection in the shop window and then I passed out.
Are you okay? It's a very instant check.
Camille blinks.
Sorry, I feel bad that I caused this, so I wanted to check.
I didn't really feel any ill effects afterwards. I just woke up with your hammer space.
There's a sigh. Well, and I guess we have to find the puzzle box. That was an intelligence.
Mm,
Tome rubs
beloved.
the bridge of his nose. I genuinely have no idea where it is. I first had the theory that it was at the crime scene, but I couldn't find it, and then I thought somebody must have stolen it, and I couldn't find it, so.
Let's see. Okay, thank you, Camille.
I'm glad one of them's smart.
Camille just takes a moment to think before he straightens up a bit, like, well, from the nature of the curse, I guess. I'm guessing it is in one of our hammer spaces somewhere.
Well, then I guess we. There is a moment of processing, and you can see a notable amount of color leave Tome. I guess we have to find that then.
Well, we were either going to have to find it and fix things, or we were going to have to dig through hammer spaces anyways, because he taps the cup. These are not free.
Yeah, that's true. Alright then, I guess we'll start by me digging through yours because, if it is as much possible preferred, I do not want you anywhere near mine.
And you think I want you anywhere not near mine?
There's a notable groan from Tone and annoyance. I understand. My hammer space has a lot of very sensitive things to my case, and I would very much prefer if you did not see or get involved with any of them.
And mine doesn't?
There is a pinching of the bridge of his nose. I don't like this.
Look, neither of us want to go through each other's hammer spaces. And you do not need to roll insight. It's very much true. He is sort of like bouncing his legs nervously, uh, and like kind of doing the little swaying kick, uh, and arms crossed. He does not at all look comfortable with this. He's just
Neither of them are.
yeah, like neither of us really want the other person to see what's in our hammer spaces, but we don't exactly have a choice here. So maybe to be fair, I can have you pull out an item and then I pull out an item and go from there.
He sighs and realizes he probably won't win this. Plus, he acknowledges he can't just demand everything in the situation. Fine. I guess we better get at it then, at least to get the coin. And he's going to reach under his jacket. And
Alright.
that is.
That is a
Oof.
note with Sammy Satomi's information on it.
Tome glances it over before he places it down in the pile that he is now designating the Camille pile. Not it. Your turn, I guess.
Okay.
I almost fell. Don't mind that. By the way, did Camille ever put back the? No, he only ever pulled one thing out. Okay, a 7. So if
and
he
Tome
rolls
took
anything
that
that,
and set it down on the table.
yeah. Okay, what would that be? What's a 7? Hey, remember how earlier you pulled out a tape?
Is this the other tape?
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Me remembering
Oh,
what
this
music
is
played it.
that tape.
Yeah, me remembering what's on this tape. Hmm. You pulled out a cracked tape with. I haven't thought of this XP's name. It's a pink cracked tape with little stars. With written on top a name which will be decided. Yep, we're going with the commentary given by the gallery because I am panicking. To Faye. It is cracked, and the moment Tome's eyes lock on that, you watch his. I'm not even make him roll. I know what this tape does to him. His frames freeze and his eyes widen, and you hear his music stutter for a second before that piano is playing loud and clear.
Camille blinks and quickly shoves it back into his hammer space. Like, sorry. You okay?
Mm-hmm. Tone's foot is tapping in perfect sync with that piano melody that's playing. And although he's no longer frozen in frame, his hands are rattling as he stares down at the coffee. Just 1 second. Bad memories.
Yeah, take your time. Just a few deep breaths.
Tone takes a deep breath before he sighs. Okay, I'm better. Sorry about that. He runs a hand through his hair and takes a long sigh. Let's. Okay, moving on.
Camille just handed me a line.
Oh?
Camille, he probably blurts this out without thinking, is just, why do you keep things that hurt you in your hammer space?
Tone pauses as he's starting to reach. Because it's important to the case.
Squints, but he can't exactly.
Tome says
Like
it
that.
so tiredly.
Maybe in the future, you should look into, you can't store it in a safe place, at least put it in a box or something.
I probably should consider that, and it's a long story. He pointedly looks away, and I look at what he just pulled from Camille's hammer's face.
Wow, this really wants to come out, huh? uh, so 10 is a mysterious butterfly charm, and looking as Camille's eyes kind of glance at it, you want to roll insight?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
A
16's good
very
enough.
tired sigh.
Yeah, Camille's eyebrows kind of furrow as he's looking at the charm. It's his eyes also kind of lose focus a little bit. Like he it's a mix of confusion and that feeling of trying to remember something, but the more you grab at it, the harder it is to remember.
Oof.
And
Tome
then he kind of just blinks and shakes his head.
Tome frowns. Are you okay, Camille?
Oh, yeah, I'm just uh trying to remember where I picked that up.
It's quite nice. Maybe someone gave it to you, or you found it on a case. Don't worry too much about it. Random things end up in hammer spaces all the time.
Yeah, maybe there's someone I can ask about it.
He gives a reassuring nod. And then it dawns on him what's about to happen as he places it down next to him. Okay, what's in the box?
Okay, let's do this. 28.
Let's see. 28. Oh! Oh, the dice are really going for Tome's trauma tonight.
Oh no!
Oh. 1 second, I'm recounting this. The dice cannot be being this mean. Hold up.
Alright, you want me to roll again?
Nope, I'm sending it. But I definitely had to recount to make sure I was counting right. And you're gonna see why. You can tell by my voice I am genuinely concerned about how this is gonna go down.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so it's probably a picture
No,
of
the
that,
birds are
right?
not there.
Yeah.
The birds are not there.
He straight up carries the bird cage, not just the
He
picture.
isn't smart. Okay, okay. Honestly, this is based off a gag I had, which is originally I didn't think that it would be more likely that he had pictures of everything. So I actually made it a gag that anything he could possibly pick up would be in his hammer space. So the only exceptions are a couple of the statues, but everything else, no. I ran with the gag. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't think it would be a problem because I didn't think he'd be pulling stuff like this. You. I'm gonna have to roll that one at disadvantage. I'm so sorry. I don't control the dice. Huh. That's concerning.
Both of those are
Mm,
very good.
they are both very good. And I don't like I don't like the reasoning Tome is giving me. Cause all Tome's giving me is his eyes gray out.
Oh no.
Okay, I can flavor this so that it's not something one would recognize. Okay? The moment you pull the birdcage out, Tome grows still. And there is a momentary flinch before he goes completely rigid. And you watch as a lot of the color drains from his eyes. Just put that one back, Camille.
Okay. And he does. Are you alright?
With the birdcage out of sight, there is a sigh, and he takes in a deep breath. And when he lets it out, there's a bit more color in his eyes again. I'm fine. I really, really don't like this process.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I can't really
You don't
think.
control what the hammer space brings.
Mine always has been a little more finicky than a full tune, so maybe
He gives a
that's
snort.
factoring in somehow.
Yeah, we hope. Tome reaches into yours, and it's with a lot less energy than before. You can tell that last one drained him a notable amount. I'm starting to feel a little bad for Tome, I'm not gonna lie. And he pulls out. Do you want me to say, or do you want to say? Because I do have it pulled up.
Yeah, I can say it. He
Yay!
pulls out a kind of old-looking, worn business card for one Lil Lynn stagehand uh, uh, at the Stagehands Requiem.
Tome. Actually, what Tome recognized, just because Tome does do a little research into other detectives. Nope, Tome has no idea who that is.
Okay, I feel like he should, considering he's a detective and Lynn is pretty well known. But you can
True.
roll.
I don't know this lore. I'll say Tome does because I trust you more than the lore more than I trust my dice because the dice are mean and have been traumatizing Tome this FPS. Um,
Yeah.
they he blinks. Detective Lynn.
Oh, yeah, picked that up somewhere.
He nods and places it down. Makes sense. You're an up and coming detective.
Yeah,
Well
it's
known.
pretty cool, isn't it?
I would have to get a nat 20. I'm going to try. Nope. Um, Tome snorts and nods. That is, I faintly remember when she was first starting up. Oh gosh, did I just age myself there?
A little, yeah.
Oh, dreadful. Forget I said that, Camille.
Camille
There's
snorts.
a there's a small laugh. Listen, we gotta put some fluff in here. We're hurting. Tome looks at the pile, and you can see him slowly starting to realize it's not in your hammer space. And just the defeated look he has at that. Alright, your turn.
That's like, alright, but if I'm pulling out something else that is really upsetting to you, we are taking a break.
Tome gives us sad snort. Almost everything in there is upsetting.
Then you should really start investing in boxes.
A genuine snort. I probably should. Oh, I forgot. I forgot there was something else supposed to add to the.
Oh, is it a D50 now?
Okay. Yeah, it's a D50 because I legitimately forgot something I was supposed to add.
Alright.
Sorry.
That's a 39.
Just because I realized while planning that Tome would probably have this in his thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do if it gets revealed. 39. Oh! Huh. Okay. This one he shouldn't have a bad reaction to. I love how you did manage to pull up like two of his most upsetting items, though. You pull out a photo that's it would make sense for Tome to be able to hold it, but it's not. It's a decent sized photo of 5. I just realized I haven't. I just realized how many XP names I have not thought of before now. 5 individuals, each with their eyes crossed out with black ink and dots around it. This photo is obviously old and worn, and they stand in front of a house of some sort. On the bottom is a plate labeled the. You know what? We're making this on the go. If this ever gets retconned in the future, because I get better, because I get help naming stuff, forgive me. The ambassadors of Misted Mansion. Wait, Manor. I can read. I can read things. I thought this said Manor.
I pat you.
This is why Spec is blind.
Hmm.
Tone does not seem to have as bad a reaction to that, but he does frown at that. As if he's thinking of something.
Camille does kind of look at Tome to make sure he's alright before he puts it back in the hammer space. Like, you okay?
Tone gives a wave. There's actually a biting of his cheek. I have very mixed feelings about that clue.
What clue don't you have mixed feelings about? That we're not gonna finish that. That's mean, Camille.
Tone just winces a bit. Okay, fair enough.
Alright. That the last 3 things you've pulled out have been business cards.
Tone, I'm so making a comment on this now.
Yeah. You pull out a note with one Shirozumi's information on it.
There is instantly a minor look of upsetness on Tome's face before he looks up at Camille. How many business cards do you have for detectives in here?
There's a helpless shrug. Like, it seemed good to have it on me. But are you jealous that you don't have a business card in my hammer space?
No, he is.
Camille smirks.
You don't need my business card because, hopefully you never have to you never get wrapped up in any cases I would have focus in.
I already am.
There's a biting of Tome's cheek. Yeah, you are. What inside that?
I'm sorry he's so sassy today.
Have you seen how Tome's been acting? Tome was not referring to murder cases. You don't know what he was referring to. But do you realize what he was referring to and what you were referring to were very different things, and he decided to agree with you when he realized what you thought.
Yeah, Camille was thinking of the case of glue.
Oh, see, Tome thinks you're thinking of murder cases. Glue is exactly what kind of cases he's involved in. Things that are uncanny.
Yeah, so Camille kind of just blanks like the case of glue, for example.
Tome sighs. Okay, yes, that is more my actual style. But I would prefer you not get involved with those. Those tend to be very dangerous. More than your average murder case.
There's an unimpressed look on Camille's face.
Okay, Camille. I understand. You're 6. You're filled with all the bravery of the world. I would prefer you not get killed because you're trying to get involved with my types of cases. I am old. I have lived a long life. I know things, okay? And that is why I am equipped to deal with these. You are not.
Okay, but the most dangerous thing so far in Glue's case has been something that won't kill you unless you repeatedly make the decision to allow it to try and kill you.
There is a decent sized glare right now.
He is glaring right back.
How do you know that? How do you know that's actually not the safest part of this case? You know, Camille, don't. No, we're not doing this. We are not doing this right now. We are not. Look at how long the FPS is going on. We're not getting to this debate again, Camille.
Alright, we're not. But I'm just saying, you are not the person who can take me off of that case. I'm looking into it regardless, so it's either with or without your help.
You little.
Okay. I think Camille might actually be petty enough to take Tome's swear from him.
Tome is giving him a look. Like, don't you dare.
He does. Camille has the most smug cat look on his face as he's just like, what? You trying to call me a little shit?
You hear this, you hear shit, and then the moment you finish it, there is a choking as Tome chokes on the air and gives you the most pointed glare as you send him into a coughing fit. I only get one of those a day. You just.
There is a big grin on Camille's face.
You are. You know how annoying that is to have one curse word a day as a detective. My genre points to me cursing.
Tome, I am 6. I'm not supposed to be able to curse.
And yet here you are.
Well, it's very amusing to curse to mess with you.
You are. Why are you being like this? And although he is very obviously annoyed, there is definitely a soft affection as you guys leave the topic of the case in the switch.
Camille just grins like, well, you're an easy target.
That is one of the meanest things you've ever said to me.
Children
And you've
can
said
be
some
cruel.
very mean things. Hmm?
Camille is just, children can be cruel.
I'm remembering this now.
I'm not even one of the worst.
Tome, Oh, Tome's being petty back. Tome gives a small little smirk. Are you sure about that? Because I have yet to meet a kid as just annoying as you can be.
Thank you.
There is a snort from Tome. You have been hanging out with Detective Izumi too much.
Camille is very much still kind of giving you a smug grin. It's definitely more at ease than he's been this entire time, though.
They needed it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. Who rolled last?
I did.
Okay. All right. Wait, no, I did.
Oh yeah, you pulled out.
Yeah, I pulled
Okay.
out the card.
All right. In that case, Camille's just like, okay, back to trying to fix this then.
Yeah, we are.
That's a 2.
What's a 2? What's a 2? Oh. Okay. This is something you will recognize, not in that you've seen it before, but you are a detective. And of course, any detective can realize a case. Wait, I need to spoil that. There you go. Look how much scope this game has. Any detective can recognize a case file. Congratulations, you unlocked the elusive Tome case file.
Oh boy. And that's fun cuz he's seen that name before and he's seen that face before in this very FPS no less.
Mm-hmm. That photo, which you pulled out earlier of a girl, is currently listed as a murder victim.
Yeah, and so Camille kind of blinks and under his breath kind of mutters, well, it all comes back to this, huh?
Trying to see if Tome. Does Tome hear that? Does Tome hear that? Does Tome hear that? I'm gonna roll a perception. Oh my gosh, DMV locked me out.
No!
1 second.
Homophobia!
Please mind us while we deal with technical difficulties. So, let me check something. We've also been going for 2 hours. Do you mind if I take a small, quick break
Yeah,
to just
take a break,
stretch?
please. Yeah, just
Okay,
remember,
quick
you
2 minute
do
break.
have a physical body.
Yes, and it's hurting right now.
I'm sorry to tell you, Marzi, that you do have a body. No, I've seen it for myself. I have met you. Are you saying you somehow found the secret to existing without a body years ago and you didn't tell me? Me, your best friend of 10 years. You know, that is fair.
I have
Acceptable.
attempted to stretch and see if that helps some.
You good? You alive?
Yes, I'm in less pain.
Okay.
Sorry, we reached 2 hours. My body went, we need to at least stretch or something.
Fair.
Plus, I had ate the pizza earlier, and I still need to wash my hands technically. It was bothering me in the back of my head. Anyways, we may continue now. Unless do you need a break?
Yep, I'm good. I took a break.
We vibing.
Yep.
All right. Shit, cat.
Cat. Cat crimes.
Okay, sorry about that. I
You're
heard a
good.
sound on a turn. I went, wait. Okay, now we're ready to continue. So yes, this is the elusive murder case. What you do with it, Camille?
Yeah, you still want to roll that perception?
Yes, that was what I was doing. I want to see how long it takes Tome to realize. I am very out of it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he does not hear what Camille said.
Nope.
But yeah, he. Camille is very much holding the case file, and he does take in what he can get from a surface glance, but he does uh, put that back into the hammer space
I
without
love how
look.
he's putting everything back in the hammer space, and Tome is quite literally just making a pile.
Mm-hmm.
We already pulled that one, didn't we?
Yeah, and so that one's currently out of the hammer space. You pull out a big old collection of Herlock Sholmes books.
You didn't have to look. You knew that one. Tome looks at it and then smiles. I remember when I think you've pulled this out around me. And there's a very fun smile. Still good taste, still good taste.
I would hope so, considering the kinds of crimes you're involved in.
There's a snort. Fair enough.
Sholmes is the best, after all.
Sholmes is the best. There's a fondness as he says it. And he is looking at this pile which has started to gather, which does not have what he wants in it.
And Camille sighs, and it's his turn.
I'm so sorry my boy has so much trouble in his airspace. Did we already roll that one?
Did we already get 32? Got 30?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
The joys of Tome having 42 items for one section does mean that we tend to have some possibility of me having repeats. So I always have to check. No, we haven't seen this one. Poor Tome is just getting scalped by his own hammer space. I mean, it's the only way to get him to communicate, but still.
Man.
I love how we did not think this was going to get that mean to Tome. It is the roughed up and folded and bent drawings of a lady and a little bird. I'm going to roll. He should be okay for this. Yeah,
he's fine.
Tome doesn't have much reaction. He just frowns a bit when he sees that.
Should I have Camille roll history? Because you've seen that bird before. But maybe not that bird, but the bird of that species. But
you can! Actually. I will probably need you, though, to make an intelligence, just because what you saw was a full-grown.
Yeah. Okay, so history.
History worked out good.
Yeah. There. Dice would stop falling off the table. And there's intelligence.
Yep, you recognize that bird. You definitely recognize that bird.
He sure does.
You've seen an older one. Faintly. You can't remember the. I think based off what we said, he got a Conkus Bonkus. You can't remember the exact details, but you know you've seen that bird at about 2 years ago.
And Camille kind of blinks like, oh, what kind of bird is that?
Tone blinks. They're called ink dips. With that memory, with that history, that's the exact same thing the auctioneer called it.
And he nods like, well, it's a very cute little bird. And he folds it up and puts it back in the hammer space.
Okay, Tome handed me pain. There is a snort. There is a sad laugh. They were. Very much so.
Or?
Okay, we're gonna have to add a content warning. For our current listeners.
Yeah.
There, to my knowledge, I believe there may be, at best, only one more of those birds left in this world. And even that last one, I do not know if it's still alive. There's a sadness to his tone.
So that's like, well, that's a shame.
It is, I knew someone once who quite adored them. I was told they were very gentle creatures. It is a shame. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. However, best not to linger on things like that, especially not in this field.
That is how nature tends to go. You just pulled that. Oh no. That's the angst one.
I'm sorry.
You pull
You
out.
know what?
Oh?
Because Tome, didn't you pull this out during their first meeting?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I flavor this actually? And let me pull Dad Tome.
Sure. Though you do need to tell the audience what it is.
I will. For the audience, that was the half a collection of Mysteries of Tana Layton Singe. The reason, and I'm asking you, Fletch, before I do this, Singe books have a different texture.
They do?
In Tome's Hammer Space, I hold out the idea. What if the moment Tome realized what it was based off the texture, he put it back in the hammer space. You can roll a perception and see if Camille saw what it was, but I just offered that idea to you.
He could very much do that.
I will roll a sleight of hand against your perception.
It's very
I'm
hard to
trying to
hide
save your
things
boy a
from
bit
this
of pain.
child. It is
Nope.
very hard to hide things from this child. He does, in fact, see a bit of the book poking out of your hammer space before it's put back in.
That wasn't the box. And Tome just gives the almost saddest of smiles.
No, it wasn't.
There is a deep sigh.
And there's
But we
just
take that break.
Sure, in case I accidentally pulled out something bad again.
Yeah. Tome runs a hand through his hair. How are you doing? I'm sorry again I got us in this situation.
Well, it's not like you knew what it was going to do, though. I wonder why it singled me out.
Do you want to incite that?
Sure! Him and his horrible, horrible little modifiers. That's a nat one.
Never mind, don't incite it. Don't
Yeah.
even do this to my boy.
That is
We don't need to
nat
hurt him.
one on your DSEP, was it?
Yeah.
And a 25 on insight.
I have my head in my hands. Tome very obviously has a theory. Because when you say that, his eyes widen slightly and he instantly looks down and starts fidgeting with his hands.
Real squints. Like, you have an idea, Tome?
Absolutely not. He's lying.
Okay, if you're gonna lie to me, don't do it that badly.
I'm not lying.
It, any bit of information can help us get out of this mess.
Tome internally, I am not saying out loud on the first time I've seen you that you are currently the closest person to me.
Tome beloved.
Mm. Maybe it has to do something with reflections? The moon and symbolism, stuff like that.
Well, I know a good deal about, moon symbolism and the like, but I don't know why it would swap people's hammer spaces. Moon is more...
Who knows? It's a mystery of life. The plot's weird. Let's move on.
Okay, you obviously have an idea.
Nope, no, I don't.
He's crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow.
But I'm trying to figure out how I did. If this was anything but a nat 1, this could be going so much better. But I don't. Tome is currently internally panicking because he is not going to tell this kid that he just recently realized he sees him as a son figure. He is not going to tell this kid, who he is very certain does not feel the same way, that.
It might help us with the case.
I don't think it has anything to do with the case. I'm quite certain.
Camille sighs. That was in character, and he's just, you're not going to tell me no matter what, huh?
I would really prefer not to.
Fine.
I simply hold you gently, Fletch. I think you might murder me if Tome says it out loud right now.
Fair. And Camille's just like, fine, well, break has been taken, so let's get back to it.
He nods. All right.
And oh, so lucky number 13.
Oh, what's that one? 8. Okay, this one. I always debated on if I was going to have this one be in his hammer space or a picture of it. We rolled. I might have it in his hammer space just because I don't think Camille could pick it up, and I think it'd be really hilarious to watch.
Oh.
I'm sending it.
Oh my god. Yeah, he would not be able to hold that.
I think it'd be kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, I'll make a athletics.
I was gonna roll a d2 to see if it's picture or item. This is the item!
Alright, and there's my athletics, which is a 4.
You pull out a stone statue and it goes thump because that's heavy.
Yeah, he probably, like, does the Toon thing where you, like, try to keep hold and balance on something, but nope, it falls on over and he cannot lift it.
Tome sighs. I'll get that after we get things sorted out.
Yeah, that's... 6-year-olds are not exactly known for having good strength.
That's fair. There's a pause. We're hoping you don't pull any more statues out.
You have more than one?
He bites his cheek. I mean, at least I didn't bring the big one.
You were planning on putting the big one in your hammer space?
I realized that that would be impossible since it was connected to the ground and it is bigger than you. I had enough sense to not do that. I took a picture of that one.
That is your threshold?
I didn't want to break the mechanism. So I couldn't bring it. If the mechanism was not involved, I probably would have brought it.
Really? Really?
What? It is an important clue.
I don't know how to explain to you that, for many reasons, that is not a good idea.
I don't see the problem. I can pick it up easily.
Can literally just have a picture of it, but alright.
But see, if I have it, I can touch it.
Why
I can
would you
sense it.
need
I can notice. Because maybe there's things I missed the first 50 times.
You have looked this over. Tome,
there's a nervous sweat drop. It's been a lot more than 50.
okay, I think you might have a slight hoarding problem.
It's related to the case.
And I have things related to the case too, but I don't grab anything and everything with an even tangential relation to it.
Is this a call out to Grimoire? I feel like this is a blatant call out to Grimoire. This isn't even Tome you're attacking anymore. You're attacking the original.
Just a little, yeah.
Tome sighs. I couldn't risk anybody messing with the stuff while I was away.
There is just a deep sigh where he's just like, we'll talk about your hoarding habits later. For now, let's
It's not hoarding. It is preparing for the case and protecting the evidence.
Alright, we'll talk
He's
about
making motions with his hands as well.
Okay, then we can talk about your paranoia later, whatever you want to call it.
It's not parrot. He's reaching into hammer space with a grumble.
You pull out a spare pair of glasses.
Tome looks at them. He remembers last time. And he slowly puts them on. This is a mature man, Your Honor.
You can immediately notice there's no prescription to these glasses.
Oh! Tome blinks.
Also, if you, like, as you touch the sides of the frames, you can feel slight, bumps that almost feel like buttons.
Tome, don't press the button. 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 Tome, don't press the button.
He presses
Tome
the
presses the
button.
button.
Alright, let's see.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so...
Yeah. Camille called him out earlier. He has impulse control problems.
Yeah, okay, let's see. The spells that I put on the glasses were... Gotta go through... I didn't know I would have to pull this out, so that's fun.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Alright. That's simple. That's just a D2 to see if it's... which mode is activated. Yeah, you... As you press the button, this is some... It almost looks for a moment like the room is scanned, and then within 30 feet of you, you can see like a visual representation of magic signatures, basically. This is a form of detect magic. Yeah.
Tome instantly blinks and takes the glasses off to look them over. What? God's name, what? Is this a focus? And he's kind of like turning the glasses around, completely like entranced by this.
Uh, well, yes, in a way.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That's why I was able to cast detect magic then. Though I didn't realize I was. I point out Tome has detect magic as an eldritch invocation.
Yeah. There's actually
that must be why.
Yeah.
I was able to do it without Pritch's pin.
Yeah, I kind of rely on magic text, so
That's fair. I myself was never too good with magic until my patron helped me.
And I'm an atheist, so I'd prefer not to strike deals with he puts up little quotation marks, gods.
Tome is making the small prayer hands.
What?
You are gonna have a time when you find out who gave me a talking to. And he just folds the glasses and puts them to the side, sweating slightly.
Your patron?
He was not very happy with me and my behavior.
Camille just does a shrug.
It's
It's
a long story.
I mean, if I was someone in charge of you and I saw how you were acting, I probably would have given you a talking to too.
Oh, he did a lot more than that. I may have gotten basically grounded for 3 days.
There's a snort.
It's it's a lot more complicated than that.
And yet, that was how you decided to describe it to me.
I was trying to describe it the way a 6-year-old would understand.
Well, I understood.
Yes, and we're going to not talk of this again. It was a lot.
There's another little snort from Camille.
Yes, so funny. Ha ha ha. All right, you reach into the hammer space.
Alright. Also, I will say, when you cast Detect
It's
Magic,
getting.
you could
Hmm?
actually notice, um, when you cast Detect Magic, I was, before, you noticed, uh, you probably noticed numerous other little points on Camille lighting up with magic, while he himself didn't really have much, but there is still a
Hmm.
little bit of magic in him.
Hey now.
Yeah,
Tome's not going to comment on that, but I'm having emotions. And Tome's pocketing this information.
I smile at you. He
I
did
have
say that
pain
he
in my
relies on
chest.
Magitech. Did he already pull out a 26?
I can't tell anymore. I just have to pull up the items and check. No! Wait a minute. I'm doing math. Yes, you did. No, 26 you did. That was a photo. So he
Oh,
probably feels it and then reaches for something else.
yeah. 4!
We literally had. The box should not be this hard. I feel like the dice are mocking us at this point. Okay, I'm gonna send more than just the image this time because I don't want to have to copy the words.
Fair.
Which, yes, this does mean there's writing on this one. You pull out a crumpled letter. Do you read it?
He probably does take a quick glance at it, but
It's not
not
a lot
much
to
more.
read.
Alright,
The
well,
combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there.
and he is just filing that away for later.
Tone just looks, seems to be glaring at the letter a bit.
And Camille slides it back into the hammer space, like, yeah, also, uh,
Everything from that case is a bad memory at this point. Hey!
even this one. Yeah. Uh, you pull out what seems to be a little good luck charm. It's kind of like a metal ring that's been decorated with music notes that loop around it. Uh, it's a bit singed, and it once had blue glass in the center, but it's shattered, so there's only small pieces of that left. Uh,
I'm being really nice to Tome and not making him roll sleight of hand to see if he cuts.
yeah, the shards are not sharp,
Okay.
but yeah, hmm, you might actually have noticed something fun about this.
Oh,
Because you've seen Camille without his disguise, so you've seen his
yes.
hands without his disguise. So why don't you make a roll to see if you can connect some dots?
What would that be? Investigation? Can I say investigation?
Yes.
Because I wait, investigation's bad. Can I do insight?
I guess if you want. Hmm.
There's muffled screaming inside my head. You just can't hear it.
Hmm. That is. Hmm.
Dice, are we sure?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you'd get it with a 12.
You wouldn't.
So, yeah, that it's just a weird little good luck charm.
I can't. I have a normal one, folks.
Yeah, and yeah, though you do notice Camille kind of blink a bit at that one.
Tome kind of looks at him and then actually brings a hand back to his chest as if silently asking if he needs to put that one away.
Camille kind of just glances away.
Tome's inciting that. This is concerned Tome now. Oh, so now you get a decent roll. That's a 22.
Yeah, he's got kind of uh mixed feelings about the charm. Like he's not too upset, but there's uh a lot of emotions and memories tied to it.
Tome doesn't put it away because he doesn't want to risk repeats, but he does place it to the side so that it's not as noticeable.
Yeah. And Camille just gives a little nod at that, and it's just, well, I guess it's my turn now.
Mm-hmm.
25.
Tome is very. Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
I no, I don't even know at this point. What is 25? What is 25? Can we just not have trauma for Tome? Is that too much to ask? Can we just not have trauma for Tome for one day? Yes, I'm aware I did this to myself. I did not. I genuinely thought the dice were going to give us the box within like the first 3 rolls, knowing my luck.
Beloved.
Okay, I also statistically should roll above a 10 more often than I do, but it seems the dice don't care about what I should be doing.
That is fair. Maybe. Oh, it's that. Camille pulls out a picture, and can I flavor this? I
Sure.
will roll a sleight of hand because I see those Swiss saves. Since it's a picture,
That's a 10.
yeah, since it's a picture, it's actually relatively easy to hide without showing Tome. He pulls it out, takes one look at the atmosphere of this picture, and puts it back in.
Tome, do you want to roll again and act like you didn't roll something?
Yeah, sure.
You didn't pull something? Okay. You pull out this. I say, having to get the screenshot.
Hmm.
Now, for all the listeners are realizing Tome has way too many items in his hammer-space.
He has so many. Camille pulls it out and looks at it. It's just like, this is a really weird gift to give someone that you. But okay. And he puts that back in the hammer space.
There's a soft sigh. It made him happy.
That is fair. So,
He
in a
sighs.
way, isn't it kind of like saying you're dragging your relationship through the dirt?
Tome chokes on the air. Like, coughing so harshly, can barely breathe kind of laughter. I mean, it's fitting for her, but oh my god, it's Camille.
I'm just saying. It's
I'm
all about
not disagreeing with
context.
you. I'm not disagreeing with you. She was a really wish I hadn't used up my curse word of the day. That's not the point, though. I shouldn't be cursing around you, anyways.
Alright, you already pulled that one out.
We're
You already
literally
pulled
going
that
to
one
run
out.
out of things to pull out.
Oh! You pulled out the thing that Comet wanted you to pull out. Oh, not the Froggy Watch. We wish it was the Froggy Watch. You pull out a set of pictures, the kind of which that you get from a photo booth. And in those sets of pictures is a group of teenagers who are just having a good time. There is one very familiar red-headed half-toon and another very familiar bespectacled mouse toon and a cat toon in a hoodie along with an energetic looking hedgehog toon. And in those sets of pictures, it just looks like a regular group of dorky teenagers having fun and taking silly pictures.
Fletch, I point at what I sent in the gallery. If Camille can this one, we may have to retcon this.
Oh, don't worry, I already have a lie planned for this.
Okay, thank goodness. It was funny. You missed it. Like there was like the dawning on my face of goodness. Okay, while you prep it, I do have to quickly transfer laundry. But
Okay.
then I'll be back.
Alright. There you go, gallery. Hope you're having fun with that one. You may put the picture in. It's a very good picture. Comet art beloved. They're just a little group of goofy teens. Nothing bad happens to them, it's fine. They're just a goofy group of teens who solve crimes. Update for the future audience. Comet is currently doing a very happy dance. Not even a jig, straight up dance. That
Okay,
is
I'm
if
ready for
spec
that
somehow gets a
lie.
20. Um Yeah, let's see how Tom reacts to this first, because, hey, that's a face he hasn't seen in a while, and a face that he's seen very recently.
He keeps himself together very well. Tome blinks, and then very softly under his breath, I didn't realize they knew each other.
Yeah, and it's actually.
How
Okay,
disgusting of a deception roll was that?
that's a
Oh,
whiz
that's...
save. We do that first, and then we pull out the disgusting deception roll that Tome can't beat even with a nat 20.
I'm so excited for that roll to level, you little... Continue.
Yeah, there is no sense of familiarity from Camille as he looks over at those photos. Not at all. He's. It's more of a passing curiosity than anything else, as he's just like, oh, what'd you pull out this time?
Um, some photos of a kid I know, and it doesn't really matter. Don't worry about it. And this time, he's going to put the photo away.
Mm-hmm. You're not gonna ask Camille how he has those photos?
Give Tom a second. He's currently going through the 5 stages of grief again. He's going to, but he needs a moment to get that out of his sight. He takes a sigh. Why would you happen to have a photo of a Sam Layton and Minami Shannon, along with 2 kids I'm afraid I don't recognize?
Oh, um, I saw the. Is that the name of the mouse detective? Uh,
Yes, that is her name. There's a fondness as he says it.
oh, I've run into her at a few crime scenes before. I think she dropped this, so I was meaning to return this to her.
Would you want me to return it to her?
Of course you would roll the same exact thing, you disgusting little man.
You!
And Camille just blinks and thinks for a moment before he's just like, sure. If you,
Hey! Hey!
yeah?
Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Uh, Outwardly, there's no sign of Camille being in pain or upset that he has to give this up for the sake of his secret, but you know, uh, and he's just, uh, yeah, if you don't mind, though you did put it back in the hammer space.
You! I was trying to save us a bit of pain, but I see Fletch just opens my lips.
Well, there's going to be a problem if he does manage to return that photo set to her.
Yes, but you did. I'm DMing you for a second.
Alright. I do a little legal.
I'm screaming in your DMs to make sure I don't mess anything up.
I am being wiggled at.
I have sent my grievances and concerns.
Okay, he didn't mean it like that. He meant it like, since you put it back in the hammer space, it's going to be hard to pull it out.
It does not come across that way.
That is what he meant. Because it's like, you put it back in the hammer space, how do you expect to grab it again? Hey, Comet.
Hey, Comet.
Comet, you've unmuted.
Oh, shit.
You're so valid,
We love you! Smiled so hard that he manifested in the FPS.
Wow.
Alright.
We needed that.
But yeah, so Camille probably mentions that, like, well, you put it back in the hammer space. I'm not sure if you'll be able to grab that again.
Well, if I pull it out again, I'll keep it out this time.
Camille nods.
Tome sighs and gives a nod to you. And I sigh as we have gone through so many items.
I know. I think I already rolled the 28, haven't I?
You did, I think.
No, that's a
Dice, have
D28.
mercy on us.
I'm fucking dying.
Okay, let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the 28 was the bird cage, and 18 is the ornate trowel you just pulled out.
God! Did I swear if I already got a 22?
You're gonna kill me when You're gonna kill me.
Did I already get a 22?
Wait, no, you didn't, but it's because... Okay, we honestly need this item because we've been suffering a lot of angst.
Alright, go for it.
This is gonna make us laugh. This is gonna heal some of our wounds. Just a few. Pull out the other
Go! Alright, let's roll your athlete. Yeah! Yeah! -1, baby!
Oh my gosh!
He can't even bounce it. It just comes out of his hammer space and he falls over onto it.
Camille! Tome is leaning over the table to check on you. Oh, well, you found the other one.
If you tell me that there's any more statues in your hammer space...
There's a pause of thought. Well, there's not another statue.
By the moon, Tome.
There's only one more thing that I think is bigger than you in there.
And knowing my luck, we're probably going to pull it at some point. Anyways, he points at the headphones. Really?
Oh, that was how the murderer got away with it. And he says that in the most serious tone.
Okay, but this is something.
He's comfy.
Did someone say that?
Yes, I don't know where that. I feel like Equinox may have possessed me for a second, but we're rolling with it.
Hale kind of just stops mid-sentence and does not say anything more before he's just like, go pull something else out.
Okay.
You pull out a book titled The XYZ Murders.
Tome looks at you. How many books are in here?
I don't want to hear this from the guy who has 2 separate statues in his.
They're related to the case!
And I like to have reading material.
Just pull something else out. Where's that cursed box?
I don't think I've gotten anything above in like the 40 range, which is wild.
You have literally gotten nothing in the 40 range.
And I claw
Okay.
at it sadly because that's where the interesting stuff is.
Yeah! You really want to be up there in the 40 ranges, don't you, you pain-inducing member? You say that, but, you got another pain. In my defense, half of his hammer space is pain, but... Okay, this one I'm gonna have to flavor as a photo. Wait, no I don't. Nope, I forgot the later clue is different. Nope, this is the actual item. You pull out a tube with a glass on the end, and Tome goes rigid.
And Camille just immediately puts that back in. Like, Tome, are you okay?
Yeah, just as I take a bite of my food.
That's a nat 1, baby!
Well, okay. And Tome's hands are trembling. And he takes in a shaky breath as he just very gently rubs a hand against his cheek. He doesn't seem to be mentally there at the moment.
Hey, Tome? Tome, can you look at me?
He attempts to glance at you, but his eyes are slightly unfocused.
Okay, Tome, try and take a few deep breaths, and then tell me 5 things that you can see right now.
I can see you. I can see the 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 table. I can. He closes his eyes and tries to take a deep breath. I can. I'm gonna have panic attacks to this, aren't I? Gosh, why is this item? Why is this item gets in that one? Why is it this item that gets in that one? I can. I can see your horrible pile of books and the cards And he nods towards the one item you pulled out at the beginning that's gonna get put away, and I can see the science notes.
Okay. That's good. Can you tell me 4 things that you can hear right now?
I can hear your voice. I can hear my own heartbeat. I can hear this horrible, horrible, horrible ringing in my ears, which I should note you cannot hear.
Alright.
I can.
Yeah, Camille is definitely taking note of that and is just like, try and hear something besides the ringing and your heartbeat.
There's the food being cooked. I can hear the faint sounds of Toontown outside, and I can hear. I can hear a pause. The tapping of my own foot, and his foot, which has been tapping this whole time because it never said stop, goes still.
Camille nods like, okay, that's good. Can you tell me 3 things that you can feel right now?
I can feel my coat. I can feel the table, and he reaches up, and his hands are still trembling, but it's doing a lot better. I can feel the books.
Alright, good. Are you feeling a little bit better now?
He nods. Sorry about that, Camille.
Okay, that's another thing to put in a box, maybe.
Yeah, definitely that.
Do you need to take a break? We can get a refill for your coffee.
Tome shakes his head. No. We gotta find that puzzle box before it gets any much later, or before we order anything else. I'm fine. I'm fine, Camille. It's just, yeah, I'm fine. And he has gotten himself together a lot more.
Yeah, Camille's gonna roll an insight just to be sure.
Tome was scared of that item.
Mm.
Something about it. That was the expression of a man on the verge of death. Whatever association Tome had with that item was somehow worse than anything you've pulled out yet.
Oh boy. Yeah, Camille definitely takes note of that. And he's also looking to make sure that Tome is actually good to continue or if they should take a moment.
Tomes motion him along. It's very obvious he does not want to linger on his current state.
And Camille nods like, oh, alright then. I believe it's your turn. That is another thing that you already pulled out.
You know, see, the thing is okay. This is a new one.
Yep. You pull out a book titled Murder on the West Express.
You're losing rights to mess with me about statues.
Okay, having a collection of reading material is very different from keeping 2 giant statues in your hammer space.
No, they aren't.
They're very big, Tome. I
I
cannot.
can't that they're hard for you to pick up.
They're bigger than I am. That counts as giant.
That seems like a problem which is only applicable to you.
You have no
Your
right
turn.
to tease me over my hammer space. Okay?
I have every right.
No, you do not. And he's. Please, Camille. Please, person, give me higher rolls.
I love how at this point I legitimately, even though you're putting them back, I have a. For any time you re-roll things, I just assume that Camille touched it and went, no.
Is this another thing he had already pulled out?
No, it's worse.
Is it more pain?
It's even worse considering what you just pulled out.
Okay, if it's another component of what I think it is, I think maybe just for Tome's sake yeah, I think maybe for Tome's sake we should
Pull it out,
re-roll.
coward. Pull it
No.
out, coward.
No.
He's
No.
gonna do decent.
That's an
Please,
11.
I have such good flavoring for this. This is one of the ones I actually had flavoring for the reaction.
Fine.
This is more than just a general panic. I'll roll an advantage because Camille just helped him. See? That's
Fine.
decent.
Alright, so Camille pulls out a little spool of what seems to be pink yarn with a strange attachment to the top of it.
Tome takes in a sharp breath and instantly brings his hands close to rub at his wrists. Not the box. Not the box at all.
Okay. And I'm just gonna slip that away.
Thank you. I needed my little flavoring.
Another thing he already pulled out.
Oh my gosh.
Another thing he had already pulled out. Another thing he had already pulled out. Another thing he had already. Another thing he had already pulled out.
I feel like you're having a little bit too much fun with this.
Another thing he had already pulled out.
He hasn't pulled it out this event though, so he pulls out the skateboard again. Well, I was wondering when I'd find this again.
The same Blastoise. Yeah.
Your turn, Fletch. I feel like we're having a little too much fun with this.
Yeah, Camille's hammer space is fun. Yeah, Camille just thinks like, that would have been really useful to have had earlier.
Oh my gosh.
Finally.
You pull out the pritch pin.
Oh my god.
And wait, hold, would the ethereal gallery instantly fill your head?
I don't think so since he's not a follower of Pritch.
Tome is holding a hand out. Oh, please, please.
Yeah, he hands it over to Tome.
Tome instantly puts it on and then takes it right off. Oh gosh, forgot the gallery.
Okay. Are you talking about Ursa? Because I also played Ursa. Well, if that's the case, Camille pulls it out, hears yelling, and just slams it on the table.
Tome, so I see, you've met the gallery.
I really don't. I have
And you
enough
get used
going
to
on.
it.
I've got enough going on in my head without that, thank you.
That's fair. You hold out a hand. Are they being loud right now?
Very.
Oh, yeah.
And he's not
Just
he's not touching it. You're gonna have to grab it off the table yourself.
Tome. He bites his. I realize I should probably put this on. But I think. I don't think either of us. I don't think Pritch needs to be seeing this. I can tell him about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh?
He's gonna want to put it in a hammer space.
Tome! You dumbass.
The dumb of ass.
uh, Camille is just like, yeah, for now, maybe just keep it out in case you need your magic.
Tome nods, but he
Though, then again, they might yell more the longer you ignore them.
You don't mind being on stream, do you?
Um, he looks away.
I'm not gonna put Camille. I care too much about you, and I don't think this is the best introduction for you to have to Pritch.
Tome, beloved, do you realize what you just said? You said you cared about
What?
Camille out loud.
What'd he say?
He said, Camille, I care too much about you out loud.
Oh, he didn't even realize he said it. Oh, he said it.
You're on a roll to see if he notices that he said it.
I'm gonna. What would that even be?
I want him to do bad though. I want him to not realize.
Changes it to an intelligence. Even if I do that as a perception.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
no.
He does not notice what he said. Camille does, but he's not saying anything. He's just sitting on that.
Camille, that's a lot to unpack.
Anyways, puts it in a box.
Oh my gosh.
Well, thanks for that.
It's the least I can do. He sighs. So I think technically we're on stream as long as it's not in a hammer space. Though since neither of us seem eager to touch it, I could. And he looks around for a napkin and then just aggressively wraps it.
Oh, wonderful.
This will work. I will deal with the consequences later.
Well,
Dad's
alright.
gonna be mad.
Dad?
Pritch has gotten in the habit of referring to himself as a father figure. I guess it's been rubbing off on me. I'm so glad Tome cannot hear the gallery right.
It's just Dad. Yeah, Camille, snorts. Like, well, I guess that makes sense.
It's complicated.
Camille just shrugs, like, yeah, okay.
All right,
Anyways,
my turn.
Yep. You get a soccer ball. I love that there's two very important lore items at 18 and 20, and then 19 is a soccer ball.
Tome looks at this, looks directly at you, and puts it out of your reach.
Hey,
No.
I don't just use it for violence, you know.
I don't
Like
believe you.
I like to juggle it to think.
We are sitting at a table. I will give it back to you when I'm certain you're not going to kick me in the face or something.
I can slip under the table to just kick you directly into the
I will
shins.
hold it right above. You will what?
If I can kick a soccer ball hard
Camille!
enough to hurt you, I think the kick by itself can also do damage.
Camille, you will do no such thing!
God, that's such a dad line.
It is. I am losing my mind.
Kale just grins like, what? And do you think you can stop me?
I can.
He raises an eyebrow.
Tome raises his own.
Well, we don't be too infuriating and we won't have to find that out.
You are being. I am your senior. You're being so disrespectful to such a well experienced detective. Private investigator, sorry.
Was the correction in character?
You know what? I'm gonna debate. No,
Alright.
no.
And Camille's just like, well, I'm a detective, so different fields.
Oh, Tome bites his cheek. I was a detective longer than you have been alive.
Not very hard. You are pretty old.
Excuse me. Wait, does he know Camille's last name? Very important question.
He probably does because Camille, by law, is obligated to
Yes, he
introduce
does.
himself as
Camille
Camille.
Christie. How dare you say that?
What?
You know what? I love how this FPS has such high angst moments, and then there's the moments like this, which
Sometimes
is
you need a break.
effectively a dad scolding his son for.
Camille's just, I'll take it back when I'm wrong. And I don't think I'm going to get any wronger.
You just said wronger. That is not.
You expect a 6-year-old to be grammatically correct all the time?
Oh, you don't try and pull that on me. We both know that you're smart enough to know wronger is not the right word.
He is grinning at you. Like, I don't
Tome
know.
is giving you such a light-hearted glare.
Uh, yeah, Camille voice, I'm just a little birthday boy.
I'm confiscating this until you learn how to behave. End of story. And Tome puts the soccer ball in his hammer space. Again.
Camille huffs. But it's a lighthearted one.
Beloveds. Your turn.
Mm-hmm.
You were so close.
I was so close.
Oh!
And now I am getting more violence because I know the stuff that you get towards the end.
I may. I'm gonna let you roll the perception. I'm gonna tell the audience what you pulled out. but I'm gonna let you roll a perception to see if you can feel what you grabbed before you pull it all the way out. Because your hammer space is below the table, correct?
Yeah, because the only thing above the table is like the top of his head.
Yeah, I'm about to show you why you might want to roll a sleight of hand.
Yeah. 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 He feels a very familiar shape and trigger, and he's just nope, not getting that out.
Yeah, I will let you roll again. I told you I would have mercy on Tome. I don't have the heart to do that to him.
Yeah, so there's a sleight hand, and now back to.
We literally just want to be able to grab stuff, please. You already pulled that one out.
Alright. I already pulled that one out, I know. Alright.
Okay. Ah! You, two of our audience members are gonna like this one. You pull out a letter addressed to Tome from one Minami, Shannon, and Laura. I cannot remember Laura's last name. And
It's Parif.
Parif?
Yeah.
Parif, okay.
Yeah. I keep wanting to say Ipsum, but I'm like, no, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. But, that is still the first association my mind has when I hear Lorem.
Tome frowns. I really need to talk to at least Minami.
Have you been giving them the same treatment?
Lore and I would do best if we did not interact for a bit.
Did something happen between you two?
Tome bites his cheek. Let's just say there's a reason I left Philstown in the first place.
Yeah, Lorem can be a little, overbearing. Does genuinely mean well, though. And he puts that back in the hammer space. And
I will.
he says a little overbearing, but he is very much putting things lightly.
Well, between you and Minami, maybe I can consider giving him a second chance.
Maybe when you're in a better mental spot for it.
Tome nods. Oh my
That's
gosh.
something you'd already grabbed. That's something you'd already grabbed. That's something you'd already grabbed. Let's see, did you pull an 8? I don't think you're allowed to pull that one out, actually. Because you know what that one is.
There is a little voice in the back of my head that says, do it.
Okay, yes, but we've already skirted a bit too
But
close to that.
there's a louder voice that says, don't do it. So I'm not. I'm going to listen to the logical part of my brain.
Yeah. For, oh, that's a new one. But for reference, dear audience, what Spec rolled was an 8, which is a white feather tipped in red. And if Camille pulls it out, something funny happens.
If Tome pulls it out, Tome makes a connection he doesn't need to.
Yeah. Anyways, with a 14, you pull out a Phantom L calling card, which is, in fact, shaped like a big fat L.
I can't believe Tome just took the L right there.
Yeah.
Tome snorts. I remember this one very distinctly.
Yeah, that certainly was a heist.
Wait, excuse me?
Yeah?
Wait, what do you mean that was a heist? Like you were involved in that?
Well, how do you think I got the calling card in the first place?
Are you saying you attempted to chase down an actual phantom thief?
It's good enrichment.
You're 6.
It's better than chasing down murderers.
I am. Tome just handed me a line, and I don't know if you should say it. I roll in a D2. Yes or no? Okay. For our audience reference, Tome just handed me the line, I am old enough to be your father. But
Oh my gosh.
Tome starts to say something and bites his cheek.
And Camille Huff's like, besides, Phantom L has a rule that nobody gets hurt at his heist. It's one of the safest things I can do as a detective.
I. I. Maybe it's my
Yes?
experience with the police field, but I. You don't need to. He has his head in his hands. Just pull something from. Just let us get our hammer spaces back, and I can stop being horrified by what you do for enrichment.
It's not dangerous.
Yes, it is. They run across buildings. You could fall.
Oh, I have the Ring of Featherlight. I'll be fine.
We do. What was this about before about not gambling lives?
Okay, I float gently down to the ground if I miss a jump. That's not a gamble.
And what if you lose that ring or don't have it for some reason?
I can cast Featherfall on myself.
Mm-hmm. Tome is giving you a very pointed look that is very obvious we will be continuing this conversation later, young man.
Camille's just pulling out the. Oh yeah, Camille did not have it the first time, but he is not mentioning that to Tome. He did not have Featherfall for that one jump, but it's
Ah,
fine. Oh?
am I doing my math right? Yes, I am doing my math right. Ha 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 ha. Just gotta get the screenshot. This one's gonna confuse Camille. It luckily won't trigger Tome.
Alright. We are at the 3.5 hour mark.
Yes,
So
we need a. We should be running out. I'm hoping.
okay.
I might start letting you roll advantage at this rate. I'm not gonna lie. I've been considering it for the past couple
Oh,
times.
he saw Tome pull this out before, I think.
Yeah, I figured you'd like at least a fluffy one.
Yeah.
You pull out a children's book with different animals in it.
Yeah. And Camille blinks at that, like, oh, I think I've seen this one before.
I believe I may have pulled it out around you. Tome just nods and gives a wave. He kind of. This might help speed up. He kind of glances. I don't. Wait, we wanted to pull out the Minami one again. Man.
All right.
Nope. I'm legally required to reroll.
Legally, yeah. That's something else. That's something you already got.
He did put it away, but he's gonna instantly know what that is. And
yeah. That is something you'd already got. That one is probably not something that Tome should pull out.
yeah, because he is.
Yeah, for reference, that is
We're gonna override that.
that's the calling card from the Spirit Rogues.
He
Honestly,
wanted to be pulled out.
I think okay, that was pulled out, 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 that was pulled out. That was not pulled out, that was pulled out, that was pulled out, that was pulled out, that was pulled out.
We would literally
That
have
was
only
pulled out,
3
that
left
was
of
pulled out.
Sam's. I mean,
That
of
was
Camille's.
pulled out. That's not allowed to be pulled out. That was pulled out. That's pulled out. Two things actually. The only two things Tom's is left to pull out is another mystery book and the thing that Marcy wants. So I guess roll a d2.
We're almost there. Well, and the Comet really wants us to grab the Minami thing again.
All right, and
Wait, no. Wait, no. You were the one who wanted that. Somebody wanted us to re-roll it again because he put it away. No? Okay. We're just gonna roll the D2 then. All right.
yeah, you pull out a bracelet with a crescent moon engraved on it. It's a little bit older looking. Kind of worn around the edges, but it's obviously still well cared for.
Tome blinks.
Uh,
Oh. You didn't strike me as someone who would like friendship bracelets.
oh, well, that's a little sentimental to me.
Ah. Would you rather I put it back away?
If you don't mind.
Tome just gives the smallest of smiles and puts it away.
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about asking if anything needs to be put away. All right, Camille?
And Camille nods. And
Tome just handed me something. He's
oh,
gonna. Would Camille have taken his hat? Camille wouldn't have taken his hat off, right?
no, hat is still on because they are in public.
Tome handed me he wanted to reach over and ruffle Camille's hair.
Oh,
He can't do that though.
oh, beloved. Hey, you wanna roll
Yeah, he's gonna
insight
do
on
that.
Camille?
You wanna roll insight? Of course.
Yeah, Camille has a painfully nostalgic look on his face when he saw the bracelet. Like, you are so very sorely missing something.
Tome frowns slightly. So I see we've well established that this is pre um Tome frowns. Um would you like to know what the third heavy item is in my hammer space?
What?
I have an entire gramophone in there.
I will be sure to avoid that.
There's a snort. Well, at least now you have a warning. He gives a nod. And he's hoping that was enough to distract Camille.
Yeah, Camille does seem to be a little bit better off now. There's still a little bit of sadness in his eyes, but it's fine. He's. It's not the sadness of something that was lost forever, but rather something that you're far away from right now, but maybe sometime in the future.
Tome knows that feeling, and he's not going to press. Let the kid have his secrets. After all, it's not like he's family or anything.
I simply hold a boy who loved him brother so much.
He does, and I have emotions over it still. I hand you, it's your turn. Please,
Alright.
please, dice. I know exactly what number we need. Roll at advantage, please. It's like the opposite. The dice are really just putting a middle finger at me at this point.
That's... I
am so unbelievably done with this.
Is it another violence item?
Well, Tome's not gonna react bad, but Camille's gonna have a funky reaction.
Oh, fear?
I will let you choose between A or B.
Do I get to know what ARB is?
I will DM them to you.
Okay. Hi, doggy. Are you being good? Yeah. Iggy gave me a little puppy yawn.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
I think probably A, because Camille's reaction, the thing Camille gave me for B is, why the fuck do you still have this?
I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of why I wanted B. I will tell you though, B would have had a better reaction from Tome.
Alright, then let's go with B.
Nope, too late. You've made your decision. You have chosen. I tried to warn you. I tried to show mercy. You pull out a photo of that was hand painted of that building.
Camille kind of just blinks and folds it up and puts it away. Like, well, that's obviously not a puzzle box.
We're not gonna let Tome see that. You can roll again. We are speed running this at this point. Because we are almost at a 4-hour FPS. Oh my god. Roll again. That doesn't count. You just roll that.
I know I already had that. I know I already had that.
You already did that one. You already had that one.
Is 11 new?
Yeah, nope, that's the small lens.
God.
37. Roll at advantage.
Alright.
The dice at 37 and 37 only.
Oh my god.
I love how Fletch and I are just head and hands at this point. Remember when we thought this would be quick and easy, Fletch?
You thought that this was gonna be quick and easy? You know Rule of Funny would have had this drag on.
You pull out a photo that's been cracked. The lady from the sketches earlier. 1 second.
Okay, Zach, if you're using the justification of statistically I should roll more than 10, then We've been fumbling big lore. We have been fumbling big lore items left and right. It sure has been a time.
I know. I'm starting to think it is because you were rolling instead of me.
Maybe. But yeah, Camille looks at that. Looks at the giant. Looks at the. For reference, dear audience who cannot see images, the picture is of a little girl, uh, and
The
a
same one from
man,
the sketches earlier.
the same one from the sketches earlier, and an older man who is most likely her father, and perching on the both of them are three ink dip birds. But also,
And they're,
through the heart
yeah.
of the older man is a hole and a crack in the glass.
So we're gonna let you re-roll because you pulled that where Tome couldn't see, and we're just gonna we're
Yeah,
gonna figure
by
this out.
now, Camille's learned, like, okay, take a look at the thing under the table, and if it's not what I need, put it back.
You already pulled that one. Wait, no, you didn't. Roll to advantage.
Alright,
Wait, no, you did already pull that one.
alright. Did
You already
I?
pulled that one. Wait, did you? I'm having to do math at this point. I hate it. Okay, you actually didn't pull either of those. I just can't do math.
I hold you so
Um,
gentle.
would you like? They're literally almost the two exact same things, though.
Alright, then you
They're
pick.
not gonna. Um, I think you'd find it really. I find it a lot more funny if I just want you pull out a really badly painted model of a man in 4 paint bottles.
Camille blinks and just mutters very softly, what in the name of the moon does this have to do with the case? Okay. And puts it back in the hammer space.
For
And
our live listeners, try again.
I'm dying, Spec.
Not it. Roll advantage.
I'm dying, Spec.
I'm gonna do one that's slightly different because one of them has appeared. One of them technically you can't have because it's in the thing you already pulled out. So we'll just automatically choose this one.
Alright.
You pull out very basic sheet music. Roll again. You are wondering how any of this relates to a murder mystery,
Yeah.
especially one that has taken over Tome's entire life.
Yeah. Camille looks at the music notes and probably tries to mentally play it out for a moment before he slips it back into the hammer space.
We might have to.
We might have to, cause I know I already
Nope.
rolled three
Okay. You know
things.
what? I'm doing an override. I have taken you. I need you to drop down to for a D9.
All right.
I can't do this. I have to be up in like 5 hours. We can't do this. Okay, that's a 5. Oh, thank the Lord. You pull out a letter. You pull out a letter with a plant in it.
Yep. So Camille pulls that out. Kind of holds it up this time so that way he can better read it.
And before you can even read it, it is snatched out of you, and Tome shoves that into his own hammer space this time. No, that you don't look at that one.
What?
That's that one's very fragile. I've got it taken care of now. Okay.
Camille squints. Like, are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, and I would like you Just
Okay.
keep looking.
All right. And I guess now it's down to
D8 this time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be fucked up if I used my real dice since I do actually have a D8?
That'd be really funny.
That is 3.
You pull out. Re-roll again because you've already felt this one. It was a Minami and lore letter again.
All right. No, Camille felt a letter and was like, no more. That's the wrong thing.
What is it? Ah!
Are we free?
No! But I'm gonna let you re-roll because you're definitely not gonna let Tome see this because you look down and you see a picture of Tome, a good couple years younger, with smiling in his arms over the shoulder of a different Toon, who you don't recognize. But you can tell by the way that they're both smiling in front of this roller coaster that they are close.
Oh
It does not
boy.
take a lot to realize that is Tome's old partner you just pulled out.
Yeah, he sees that, goes right back into the hammer space.
Yep, roll again. I am genuinely really happy. You just pulled out Parenting 101.
Camille pulls it out, blinks. Parenting 101?
Tome!
What in. By the moon, what does this have to do with your case?
Tome chokes on the actual air itself, and his entire face turns bright red. That is very unimportant. It was a gift from a friend. Put it back, Camille. Just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it at all. It's fine.
Camille is squinting at Tome.
For the audience, Tome was given that book about Camille to help take care of him.
It would be really fucking funny if I flubbed this insight. Alright.
Up to you.
I'll see what the dice say. The dice say no. He must see.
You can tell Tome is extremely flustered because it's one of those he keeps glancing back at you like, please don't think too much about it. And he's and he's tugging at his arms. He's very obviously nervous about this.
Okay, I'm gonna roll something to see if Camille pieces it together. He does not! He doesn't!
I hate how in character this is.
Camille just squints, but does put it back away.
Thank you. Gods, thank you. Just let's get on with this.
Alright. Okay, I already rolled a 5.
No, that's good. That's the puzzle box. I got rid of the other thing when I dropped it down to 9. That's the puzzle box. You pull out the puzzle box.
Oh god. Camille
Aww.
holds it up. Why did you all?
I'm DMing you.
Well, that will come later.
That will. But we all needed this puzzle box. Tome lets out the biggest sigh of relief.
Yeah, Camille just kind of flops over onto the table and sets the box down.
Tome looks at it, and then something dawns on him. I have no idea how to solve that.
What?
Remember how I told you that I got you a puzzle? Do you remember that? Did you ever open that gift?
Yeah. It was very nice. Thank you.
Uh, how long? Tome blinks, trying to process that for a second before she said, "How long did it take you to solve that puzzle box?"
Um, was it like half a day or?
Yeah, I think it was literally like half a day at most.
Yeah, and Camille's just like, half a day. Why?
Tome puts his head in his hands. I think I spent at least a month on that.
Ah, oh,
He just gently slides the puzzle box towards you.
all right. Hang- and he looks at it. It's just, well, I better get this open or else we are kind of screwed. All right. That would be, I think the puzzle box that's in, that the infernal puzzle box or whatever it is uses investigation, so are we gonna use investigation too?
You use investigation. Yep, you
That's
solved that very quickly.
27. Cracks that bad boy open.
And there is a moment before both of you get this strange feeling, and then things are fixed. No conking out this time.
Yeah, Camille kind of just shudders at the feeling before he's just like, uh, does that mean it's over?
Tome reaches into his hammer's face and lets out a sigh of relief. It's over. I can feel the clues.
Okay. Please invest in getting a
He,
box for the more upsetting clues, by the way.
I will consider it. What?
Yeah,
They're expensive, that many boxes.
you know there's like uh dumpsters for like cardboard boxes, right? You can literally that's like the only
I
thing
am
that they
not
have in there.
dumpster diving.
Okay, the only thing they keep in there is cardboard boxes, okay? It's
I'm
really
not dumped. I do not look through trash.
there is nothing wrong with getting cardboard boxes from there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had to make that reference. Um, he shakes his head. No, I will figure it out. And it's very obvious he's not going to budge and listen.
Alright. Just saying there's a free way to get the boxes, but okay. Since you're so worried about money. And he pulls out his wallet with a huge sigh of relief. And,
It would have been so funny if you fumbled, I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. And he takes out some gold to pay for the probably numerous drinks that they've gone through at this point.
Absolutely.
And just slaps it down on the table with a tip.
No, I'm not letting a kid pay for me. No, no, nope, 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 nope.
That's okay. You
That
rolled
was
a
a D1.
okay. I was like, Tome.
Um, Tome pulls out a few coins and places them down and then shoves Camille's back towards him. Enough. I pay for it.
We can at least split.
Nope.
You paid last
Camille?
time.
Camille? You heard me.
Can't I at least
Good foot.
he he's you are using the dead tone on him and it is actually working and I'm dying just a little bit, I think. He's just like, I mean, at least let me pitch in a little bit.
No, Camille.
The tip.
No. Put it away. Oh gosh, I can tell that the dad tone's coming up because he just ended it with a yes, sir, and I'm like, Tome, you're not doing that to the kid. You're not.
Come on. I already put the money out.
No, put it away then.
Not a problem.
Camille, Christy, put the money away.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I am murdering Fletch, and this is bringing me all the joy.
That was almost safe. He slums down a bit and sighs, and because the audience requested it so nicely, there's just a small yes. Yes, Dad. And he slides the money into the wallet. That's a no.
Tone freezes. You broke him. Brain's not working.
Camille looks up at Tome like, okay, you don't have to freak out. I was saying it as a joke.
Do you want to insight that? I'll give you a redeeming chance at figuring it out. You can insight or intelligence. Would
You
he
think
realize?
I'm gonna go for intelligence when I have a +10 in insight?
Would he realize?
What does he realize?
Would he realize between the parenting 101 and that reaction and Tome's change in how Tome is acting?
That is a 19.
1 second. I gotta scroll up and find something really quick because I feel like it's very important to this situation. I will let you make the choice, Fletch.
You know what? I think we should let them suffer for longer.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Fine.
It's already happened. They just don't realize yet.
They just don't realize it. Tone blinks. Camille.
What?
No.
Do you see me as a father figure?
What?
Say,
do you? Should I?
Say it.
Camille, you meant that as a joke? You don't actually view me as my father figure, right?
No, if anything, I see you as a father figure.
I need you to process the sentence you just said, Camille.
I had to make that joke. He said bother.
Okay, I heard father, and I needed to.
No, he said bother figure. Because I'm making a horrible little reference.
Tome sighs. And you can insight that if you want, but he just rubs the bridge of his nose. Ugh, don't do that again, please. Not without warning.
Camille blinks like, oh, sorry. Alright.
Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't mean it like that. It's more of a, well, it's a. Tome just handed me the line he doesn't want to overstep boundaries, and I feel like, Tome, you're blatantly saying it at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, Camille's just like, it's alright if it makes you feel a bit weird or uncomfortable. I
I
don't worry about it.
just, uh,
You
rather
can't.
not make things awkward, you know?
Yeah.
Don't upset you.
Yeah, I won't make things awkward.
No. Yeah, definitely not. They're both just sitting very awkwardly across from each other now at this point, aren't they?
Anyways, can you take your statues back?
Yeah, and Tome's gonna reach over and easily lifts both of them up and puts them away.
God.
Doesn't even
Camille,
break a sweat. Just picks each of them up with one hand.
Camille is just. He
This
is
noodle
full
man
on
has
pouting at
strength.
that. He is
The
huffy.
noodle man has strength.
He
Camille
hates that.
Tome actually puts him away and then lets out the most genuine laugh as he reaches over and very gently ruffles Camille's head through the hat. All right. Stop pouting. One day, he does a dramatic little pose. One day you'll be as strong as I am.
You literally have noodle arms.
Yeah, and yet I can pick up those statues and you can't.
Unfortunately, I'm a little bit more limited by the laws of physics.
That sounds like a really sad you problem.
You know what? At least I am more immune to the role of funny than you are.
You little the little card goes by. And I think that's a good place to end it.
Yeah.
4 hours. If I didn't have to be asleep, we could have set the record.
Please, no, I can't do this again. Alright. I also have to sleep. Uh, but
Yeah, we both need
thank
to.
you, dear audience, for listening.
Thank you
I
for
hope,
sticking through with us.
yeah, both now and in the future. I hope you had fun listening to us slowly lose our minds as
At the
the
dice.
as the rolls kept coming in. And honestly, it probably could have gone on for even longer if we didn't flub some
if
things.
if the two of us weren't very exhausted, if this happened earlier in the day, we definitely probably would have broken the record. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Luckily though, we have to sleep eventually.
Luckily for everyone. But yep, thank you again. Hope you had fun. Bye.